Titan Reborn, how you doing, bro? You doing well? Morning, how you doing? Daddy One Child, how you guys doing? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to each and every one of you. It's almost weekend. Can you guys feel it? Can you feel the excitement in the air? It's almost weekend and it's almost the war within. Well, not almost. It's still quite a few months away, but hey, you know, at least we know a little bit more now. Yigalo, how you doing? Wife, and how you doing? Ryan, how you doing, bro? I hope you guys are doing very well. I'm tired. Not mentally and also not sleepy, just tired. I just got home from the gym. 9 a.m. here in Florida. Oh, shit. Nice. Early morning. No, I have to bake cakes for my mother-in-law. It's her birthday on Sunday. I mean, baking is kind of fun. I suck at it. I can cook like a motherfucker, but baking, not so much. But I still find baking fun. Echo, are you going over the WoW stuff today? D-Rexy, we pretty much already went over all the WoW stuff. Like, what would you like me to go over? I mean, we watched the interviews. We covered everything that's coming. I already made a video that's now being edited about, like, the things that I'm most excited for. If you're asking about like mogs and sort of the random shit, I don't care enough about those things to go over it. I don't play WoW for transmogs and stuff, right? So for me, going over that stuff would be boring. Last day in work this week. I'm feeling great. How are you, wife? Nice. Nice. What do you do? Two-board, how you doing, brother? I'm pretty excited for the war within. Morning, how you doing, man? 9 a.m. here too, Akko? Yeah, you fucking Americans with your early morning bullshit. Day's almost over here, boys. Day's almost over. It's 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm assuming 9 a.m. is East Coast, right? Because it will probably be something like 7 or 6 a.m. West Coast, America. I deal with stupid people. That's about right. That's what I do. Not when I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, I actually deal with the smart people on the internet. But whenever I open Twitter, it's like Insta in your face. It's like, oh my fuck, all these stupid people, man. All over my face. It is ridiculous. Oh, shit. Dude, what a day. What a day. I am so tired. Today was chest day. And for some reason, there are 2 days at the gym that fucks me up, dude. The one is leg day. I am so spent after leg day. It is ridiculous. And then the other is chest day. Like shoulder day, no problem. That's pretty easy. Back day, no problem. Not that bad. But legs and chest, for some reason, just makes you want to sleep. Like that's how much it spends you. Most people are stupid. True. Merry Cos, how you doing, bro? That is for me. Leg day is always Monday. No, leg day. I don't do specific days for specific exercises. I get bored with that, like such a stringent schedule. So I prefer to mix it up. So 1 week I'll start with leg day, and then another week I'll start with chest day. The only thing that is consistent is wherever I start, it will always consistently go a specific way after that. So, for example, if I start with chest, the next day will always be legs. Always after chest. And then after legs will always be shoulders, and after shoulders will always be back. So, you know, the day or the start day of the week can be anything. Sometimes I surprise myself. Like sometimes I just go into the gym and I go, right, what am I in the mood for? But then whatever I start with will determine the rest of the schedule. But I like switching it up a bit. I have my first Thai box lesson in the morning. I'm kind of excited. Oh shit. Like actual sports? Oh. I don't know. I wanted to take up boxing a while ago. Well, a while ago I was legitimately thinking, man, maybe I should start boxing. Because everyone likes to take up these you know, sort of exquisite sports, these sports from the East, because apparently their sports are better than ours, but I want to box. Because that's our fucking sport. You're in the West, we don't care about fancy kicks and fancy bullshit. We knock the shit out of each other, you know? And I think that's what I want to do. Like, just get into a ring and beat the shit out of someone else, or get beaten the shit out of, whichever one happens. So I would like to start boxing a little bit, but then at the same time, I don't like being punched in the face, you know? I feel like fundamentally, my brain is definitely the part of me that I'm most proud of, and I don't really feel like getting knocked in the head by someone that is arguably more or less intelligent than myself. So maybe I won't do that. Bugger Games, how you doing, bro? I was doing karate when I was younger, but I want to try something new. When I was a kid, I did karate, and I also did wrestling, amateur wrestling, not the bullshit that you see in WWE, like actual proper wrestling. I did that for about 7 or 8 years. Like proper amateur wrestling. Jiu-jitsu or judo, more grappling, less punchy. Nah, fuck it, man. Don't care about that. American wrestling, hell yeah. And what the hell is American wrestling? Isn't American wrestling WWE fake BS? Alpha Sigma, how you doing, brother? I have my coffee here as well. I kind of need it just to recharge. But yeah, I did wrestling. The high level ones are NCAA. Oh, I don't know what that means. What is NCAA short for? Collegiate level. Again, you're using words that I don't fucking understand, too bored. Like, let's get to a place where you explain the fucking thing that you just said. Stop throwing random crap at me and explain what the fuck it is that you're talking about. Like, collegiate level? All right, so at college, they're doing American wrestling. The fuck is American wrestling? Oh, it's NCAA. The fuck is NCAA? Oh, collegiate level. Dude, I am nowhere closer to understanding what the hell we're talking about than what I was when you started to throw out random words. And if I'll have NCAA, that... Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm still nowhere closer to knowing what the fuck NCAA is, bro. You watch football? You should know NCAA. I watch NFL. I was also dancing, so my karate coach was always making fun of me that I'm too dancey. I don't see anything wrong with that. Dude, girls who dance have banging bodies, though. Like, fuck me. I used to go... in college, I had this girl that... Oh, man. She made me weak. She was a dancer. Fuck me, bro. There is a grace and a sexiness to girls that dance that is just next level. Just actually a little bit unfair next level. Have to kind of dance in boxing. So is the NCAA college football? Where does the football come in? So National College American Association? Is that what NCAA stands for? Wouldn't it be better than if it was called the NCFA? National College Football Association. The Athletic Association. For football. So is NCAA all sports then? Maybe once. I don't have a good body. I need to get back to that. You'll get there. Wife and you will get there. Mascot, how you doing? There is for basketball and golf too. All right. Now that we finally fucking understand what we're talking about, I think we have that in South Africa as well. Yeah, we do have nationals. I was national debate team. Well, we didn't do debate teams. We had solo debate, but I went to the South African finals for that. Came third when I was 12 and came fourth when I was 17. I mean, I also won my provincial rugby championship 4 times, I think. But that wasn't really much of a prestige, just because the school that I went to was the #1 school in the province in everything. So we pretty much won everything anyways. But we did get our shit kicked in by some of the schools in the Western Cape and some of the schools in Gauteng, who are much larger than us and also much more well-equipped and well-funded. No scholarship? No. South Africa doesn't really, like, unless you are phenomenal at sports, there's not a lot of scholarships from what I know, at least. Overwhelmingly, most universities here, most of their scholarships go to kids that don't have the money to get into university on their own. So they do have a couple of academic scholarships. Very few do sports scholarships, because in South Africa, the pipeline from college or university to national or professional doesn't really exist. You get people that go from high school straight into the professional league. If they're good enough, they go to tryouts, they get straight into the professional league. So we don't have that feeder system where, you know, you go from high school, then you go into a college system, and then from the college system you get picked up by. There is that, because the professional teams do look at university teams, but it's not nearly as well established in that sense, the pipeline. So unless you are like a standout athlete, which of course I was not, but if you are a standout athlete, then maybe you get in on a scholarship to some university. But for the most part, it goes to like kids that can't afford to go to university. They usually get the scholarships. Is overrated here now? If you're good at throwing an egg-shaped ball here, you do not even need scholarship. Nike sponsors you. Well, you know, they obviously want more players in the NFL. And so the market is what determines things like that. There's a lot of money in the NFL, and they want more players in the NFL. So, of course, Nike directly benefits from picking them young. So yeah, I can see that. I don't know if I agree with places of education giving out scholarships for athletic achievement, because it feels like that student that gets into university based purely on athletic ability is taking up a spot of someone that could probably have made a much bigger contribution to society in their chosen field, rather than, you know, the athlete that is just there because they're trying to get into the professional scene. So they're not actually at college to study. They're just there because, you know, they want to go play professionally, and for that they need to go to college. So I feel like it would almost be better if they just split it. Have like your college level sports teams, but it's not really tied to college. Like tie it to some community college or some shit. Because, I mean, why does it matter? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just don't understand how the whole thing fits together. So what is everyone up to today? Why is everyone so quiet today? Like, you guys seem like you're distracted. Are you guys busy with things? Like, who's jerking off? Nico Spider, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sefian, how you doing? Courtney, how you doing? Bookkeeping bullshit? Oh, yeah. Bookkeeping will quiet me down as well. Still waking up. Just having a smoke. Sefian, I'm good. Thanks for asking, man. I'm really good. At work, making grocery store signs and such. That's fun. Did work just... No, Nico, you're from Europe, right? Heading to the gym soon? Kettlebell day? Ooh, I haven't used the kettlebell in a long time. Well, to be fair, at my gym at least, most of the people that use the kettlebells are girls. Very few guys use kettlebells at the gym, which I don't really know why. Because kettlebells can give you especially if you're looking for workouts that exercise more muscles than just one. Kettlebells are actually like kettlebell swings, for example. That gives you a nice, almost full body workout at times. Overhead kettlebell swings, also same thing. Overhead kettlebell lifts can also give you a nice little workout, full body. I'm working or watching you pretending to work. I'm also working, or rather pretending to work. But this is my job, so technically I am working. As long as that button says stop streaming and it doesn't say go live, I am working. And it is currently saying stop streaming. So I am working. We use kettlebells in the army, bro. They're actually super good because they stay in the center of gravity. Titan Reborn, yeah. But like I said, it's interesting that at the gyms that I've been to, most of the people using the kettlebells are girls. Guys tend to do weights. But it's weird because kettlebells can actually give you a super good workout. I won't do it now because I am working on strength. So kettlebells won't really cut it, at least for the moment. But I can see myself in about 2 or 3 months when I do go to a more fitness-based workout that I will probably incorporate kettlebells into the workout. Frozen Solid, depending on which spoilers you're talking about. I mean, I've watched all of the interviews. We watched them last night live, and then I read all of the interviews that weren't watchable after stream. So I pretty much know everything there is to know about Alpha, or rather about The War Within. I'm very excited. I'm a little peeved at the fact that the story is just 100% all over Wowhead. That shit annoys the living fuck out of me. I'm also annoyed at the fact that a lot of people are jumping to a lot of conclusions. So, for example, I literally, at this very moment, have 6 DMs telling me, bro, I can't believe they killed Khadgar. When that has never been confirmed. All we know is that Dalaran has been destroyed. What happened to Khadgar, from what I could find at least, unless I'm missing something, is unknown. We don't know where Khadgar is. As far as I know, we didn't find his body anywhere. So, yeah, I have no idea. But now everyone seems to believe that. He said, isn't a purple bubble following me? Yeah, but in the lore, I'm not entirely sure where people got the he's dead from. Because we know that Dalaran's been destroyed. We don't know how. We think it may have been a battle with the Nerubians, because we meet them literally as we see Dalaran destroyed. And yes, from what I could find at least, Khadgar isn't there. But Khadgar was in Dalaran. So I don't know. Maybe Khadgar was killed. Although I would argue, if you're Xal'atath and you want maximum reward, you're not killing one of the most powerful mages on Azeroth. You're capturing that one. Because Khadgar has phenomenal amounts of information. Information that could be extremely helpful to the Void, considering Khadgar has entrance into Karazhan. And Karazhan is the most complete library of information on Azeroth. And it has information that isn't even allowed for mortals to see. So an ordinary mortal will not be allowed to read most of the books in Karazhan's library because of what is in there. So I don't think they killed him. I think, if anything, they captured him. Titan Reborn, not necessarily. You can take a moment for someone, but simply be like, we think he's dead. Because if you look at the carnage of the Dalaran battle, almost it doesn't look like anything could have survived that. So it could be that you don't see his body anywhere. This place looks mega screwed. And you're going, yep, he's probably dead. Let's take a moment for him. But this all, if you're a writer, is perfect. Because as a writer, you want to hide the main story. So you put that shit in to ensure that you can later have the players have this ooh moment, right? Or what moment. So I don't know yet. I'm not entirely convinced that Khadgar is dead. I think a lot of people are jumping to a lot of conclusions. And like I said, people are DMing me all over the place going, oh, bro, did you see Khadgar's dead? And I'm like, no, I saw Khadgar is missing. The dead bit is news to me, but all right. It would be a waste. It would be a wasteful asset if they just killed him off. It's way better to capture him and make the story out of it. Well, you have to think about who is Xal'atath currently working back. You know what? Fuck it. I'll make a video on this after the stream, and then we'll upload it tomorrow or the day after. But I'll make a video on this explaining exactly what and why I think Khadgar isn't dead. Because there's a lot of conjunctural points and things that you can sort of connect together to kind of, show that Khadgar being dead doesn't make a lot of sense. Same hiding of the story with Xal'atath. You can't let the cat out of the bag. Sabin, very, very true. I just wish the story wasn't on the PTR. It is so annoying. Let me explain to you why I find the story being on the PTR so incredibly frustrating. Stories are some of the most important things that we have as a society. From the very earliest human civilizations, we have had stories. Stories is how we've preserved our history. Stories is how we've preserved future generations, but also how we transferred information from generation to generation. Human beings are one of the few species out there, and it's actually one of the reasons they attribute us becoming as advanced and as intelligent as we are, is our ability to preserve information. Because in all other species, the newborn has to relearn everything. So, for example, they did this experiment on monkeys where they would teach the mother how to do all manner of things, very intelligent things. For example, follow the ball and figure out where the ball is, and teach the mother how to complete certain mazes and quizzes and things of that nature. And one of the things that they found is when the baby was born, the mother did not teach the baby any of it. They had to reteach the baby all of that stuff. The mother literally just sat there and watched as the baby was refiguring out all of this stuff. We obviously don't do that. We spend an obscene amount of time with our children, with our young, teaching them all of the lessons that we have already learned. And we do that usually through story. So story is fundamental to the human experience. The thing with stories is that they are very fragile. A story, and this is a quote that people probably at this point get sort of tired of hearing from me, but a good story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And if you want to ruin a story, you start in the middle. That's where people go, spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. And that's the problem that I have with the story of World of Warcraft being on the beta, being in the alpha. You're not getting the start of the story, because the start of the story is hidden right now. You're also not getting the ending of the story, because the ending of the story is usually in cinematics, which means there are giant chunks of the story that you're simply not getting, which immediately dilutes the story, the value of the story. if it was up to me, if I could have my choice of how this should be approached, I would be far more inclined to release the expansion on the beta, let people play through the zone, let people play through the delves, let people try the world quests and the world events and the world bosses and all of the funny and crazy shit, but there are no quests. Not a single one. You literally just run around tasting things, and maybe you design a kind of list for beta that as soon as people run into the zone, there's a list of all of the different things that Blizzard wants you to taste, along with a little arrow that takes you to the things that Blizzard wants you to taste. So we would love for you to taste delves. Just click it in your quest log, delve, and it will take you to the nearest delve so you can go taste it. Go try another one and go taste it. Go do a bunch of world bosses. We have them all listed here. Go taste it. Right, so taste our zone, see how our zone plays, but don't give us the story. Don't waste the story in that way. I feel like that would have been far better than what we keep getting, which is the whole story, or at least parts of the story, spoiled. So now what happens is when the game goes live, it doesn't feel magical. Because most of the stuff that you're going to experience when the game is finally live, you've already kind of experienced, you know? You know most of it, so now you're basically just logging in to see the start and the end. Because you've already seen the middle bit. In fact, that just does a lot of damage to the overall ability of the story to be told. Do not stick a fork in a plug and toaster, pretty much. Or getting obsessed with franchises of fiction to a point of relief, or be a Sonic fan. Kata says, what do you mean? Just put random models as well. Random models could be a problem because sometimes what you want to taste is certain combat abilities on specific models. So making the model random might be a bit of a problem there. I devolved into world breaking and alphas and betas, so I wouldn't get burned out, finding the holes in the land and buildings. Yeah, I mean, some people will approach it that way, but sadly, you log on Wowhead and they already have every single quest line listed out in its entirety, but then you read through it and you go, wait, there's a lot of things missing here. The way they've laid it out doesn't make logical sense. It feels like there's a lot of steps that's missing, and that immediately, that's what I'm talking about, right? It's not even so much that you're spoiling the story, it's that you're not giving people the whole story. So now, guaranteed, there's going to be people that get super angry about the story of The War Within because you're spoiling it in a way that isn't even complete. And then more importantly, you'll get people that hype themselves for the story, but they don't know what the story actually is because there's giant parts of the story that just simply isn't there. So you're basically creating a very weird environment, which I just don't like. Joshua, how you doing, bro? I don't mind spoilers, but I get that some people don't want them. Ophelia, like I already explained here, this isn't about spoilers. If it was just about spoilers, you just don't look and it's fine. It's about a story being spoiled, but not in its entirety. So what you're doing is you're giving me a spoiler, right? But there's no continuity within the spoiler. The context of the spoiler is completely missing. And that's just dangerous or dangerous game design, in my opinion, because it is taking away from what would be one of the pinnacles of at least leveling. Because story in World of Warcraft sometimes gets really neglected in the late game, but at least for leveling is like the ultimate celebration of the story in World of Warcraft. And then after that, it sort of devolves into just about anything else. And this time around, they're also doing so many cool things. Like, for example, the story now finishes in dungeons and in delves. Delves actually form part of the story now. Dungeons form part of the story now. So you no longer get this weird sort of, you fight this big-ass boss just before the dungeon, kill the boss, and then go into the dungeon. That boss will now be in the dungeon because of follower raid, so they no longer have to worry about people not getting a group together. I'm so excited for all of this because it gives Blizzard so many more tools to actually tell really cool stories. And especially if you look at delves, they operate pretty much like scenarios in Mist of Pandaria. And I'll be honest with you, I thought scenarios in Mist of Pandaria was one of the coolest tools for storytelling Blizzard ever created. I was very sad when Mist of Pandaria had the scenarios and then they just completely went away. Because those scenarios were epic. At least some of them were really cool. And then Blizzard just sort of forgot they had them. But now with delves, they're coming back. And it feels like such a breath of fresh air. I just wish this story would only be available once we play it. Right? Because again, it's also about the shared world, you know? It's about what are we sharing? If 80% of the player base already knows 80% of everything that happens in the expansion, then you no longer have a shared world. The whole point of MMOs is about the shared world. But for a world to truly be shared, we have to all experience everything at the same time. Because it's a shared world. But it is not a shared world when 80% of your player base already knows everything that's happening, and then the game launches, and, well, you have basically just some people that manage to dodge all of the spoilers, getting that really cool, new, unique feel about the game, whereas everyone else, and you all know exactly this happens often, all of the content creators for World of Warcraft, as soon as the expansion goes live, the tweets start happening. When will we get patch 11.0.5 on the PTR? Literally, day of the launch of the expansion, the tweets start coming. When is the PTR live for 10.05? When is the PTR for 10.05? And it's like, bro, 10.0 just fucking launched? Like, why would you care about the fucking next patch? Well, I'll tell you why they would care about the next patch, because they've already played 10.0 to death. They've already leveled 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 characters in 10.0. This is not their live game. Their live game happens on the PTR. It's just everyone else's live game that didn't happen to get into the PTR. I find that to be incredibly annoying. And I don't think it's healthy. I don't think that's how you should operate a game. I don't know why content creators just get hyped with the rest of us and live stream their experience. You can't really afford to do that, Saven. Because unless no one is allowed to cover the PTR, someone will. Right? And so if you're a content creator and you say, I will not cover any spoilers for The War Within, you're only hurting yourself, because there will be 100 other content creators that will cover everything in The War Within. So yes, you are preserving your experience, but your experience is just losing you money. Like, you're just actively not getting the bag when the bag is right there for everyone to grab. So as a content creator, you're sort of stuck with this. Blizzard needs to make this against the TOS, or else I have to keep doing it. Roaming Firebat, how you doing, bro? For you and your attitude, but I totally understand. Yeah, I mean, I don't get into Blizzard Alpha, so you won't ever see me streaming the alpha, but that's just because I don't get into it. But yeah, I mean, even me, if I were to get invited to the beta, of course I'll play it. Of course, I'll look for all of the lore, juicy spoiler bits, because, well, if I'm not going to do it, Noble's going to do it, or Balila's going to do it, someone's going to do it. I may as well be the one that gets the bag. But I don't have a big enough audience that enjoys story reacting for a streamer to ignore alpha and betas. Evans, so your argument, and the reason I reject the argument, isn't because I fundamentally disagree with you. It is because your argument does not take into account what came first, the chicken or the egg. Your argument is true based on all relevant information and actions being taken at the time of the argument being made. But your argument is not objectively true in an alternate reality where Blizzard doesn't share their story before the expansion goes live. You have no idea of knowing how important that story could become if Blizzard stopped spoiling that story on the PTR. Of course, the story in World of Warcraft doesn't matter anymore because it's spoiled. So by the time the new expansion comes out, no one gives a shit about the story anymore. They've watched every single YouTuber talk about the story for the last 6 months. So why the hell would I care about the story now? I'm already looking forward to the PTR because every single one of my favorite YouTubers and streamers is going to be talking about the story now in the PTR. So I'm going to get spoiled already for that. So there is no longer that sort of build up and that final release. Everyone's been looking forward to what this actually will become, what will actually be happening here. But your argument isn't holistic enough because we don't know what that alternative reality looks like. We can only guess. And in that, when you do compare it to other games that don't release their story ahead of time, those stories do matter very much to the player base. So it is sort of that chicken egg. Is the WoW community like they are, and does Blizzard do what they do because the WoW community is like they are? Or is the WoW community the way they are because of what Blizzard does? So did Blizzard train their audience, or did the audience train Blizzard? Chicken egg. And we don't know what the answer is. We can guess and we can make hypotheses, but we can't know because, well, we don't live in that alternate reality where we can see how that would play out. They kept Plunderstorm a secret, but not the story. Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that Plunderstorm was kept a secret, but I do think Blizzard made fundamental mistakes with keeping Plunderstorm a secret as well. Story spoilers used to hype players and boost expansion sales. Now it's just common practice. Mascot, very true. KG, $5 US. Really appreciate it, bro.
I'm not sure about 40K right now.
KG, I get that, right? I think there's a lot of question marks around Games Workshop and what exactly Games Workshop is up to. I'll keep you guys apprised of how things change. Right now, there's literally one thing that I want from Games Workshop, and that is a simple apology. Right? I don't care, and I know people find this super hard to believe because everyone jumps to their own conclusions. I couldn't give two shits about female custodians. You want to have female custodians, get female custodians, more power to you. I couldn't care less. But don't pretend like this has always been the case. And then the thing that actually pissed me off, and this is what I want the apology for, when your audience, your core players tell you this is not the case, you ban them. Like you block them on Twitter. That is disgusting. That is a problem. So I would like to get an official apology from Games Workshop because I don't believe that you have the right to treat your players that way when you are the one that lied, right? Overlords are too strong, also ego. Pax, we'll see how much this costs them and if it costs them, right? There is a world in which this doesn't cost them anything and they couldn't care less. There is another world in which this costs them a lot and they actually are forced to apologize because they're losing money. Bad promises. Shadowlands horrible. Every time we tell them that what they are doing is bad and they ignore.
I know Wizards of the Coast fired CEO for this kind of stuff.
KG, thanks for the 5 USD again, bro. Really appreciate you. Well, I would even settle for them firing whoever the fuck runs the Twitter account at this point because I just feel like it's mega disrespectful. You do not lie to your player's face. And then when your players go, bro, that's a lie, what are you doing? You block them for it. That to me is just unacceptable. You don't do that. You then engage with your player base, or you say, guys, we'll have a post about this clarifying our position. Don't worry about it. I'm just telling you custodians are part of the lore. That would be fine, right? There's no reason for you to block your players that are just looking for answers. Is it really that hard to write 2 pages of explanations that some Imperium troop found a lost technology that allows the creation of female custodians instead of pretending to be that it was always there? Well, yes, because that would require work, and they're not interested in work. They're just interested in brownie points. Next company over, I'd like him publicly kick them in the nuts. No, just fire them. They can go join another company. I hear EA is a lovely place to work at if you really want to destroy games. I wouldn't mind that. Like, go work for EA if you have to. Something else here that I keep seeing this pop up on my feed, and I'm not sure why I keep seeing this pop up on my feed. NPR CEO Catherine Marr on the truth. Okay, let's hear. What is NPR? National Public Radio?
The hard things, the places where we are prone to disagreement, say politics and religion. Well, as it turns out, not only does Wikipedia's model work there, it actually works really well. Because in our normal lives, these contentious conversations tend to erupt over disagreement about what the truth actually is. But the people who write these articles, they're not focused on the truth. They're focused on something else, which is the best of what we can know right now.
What? I feel like that's a very weird way to write articles. Oh, I don't care about the truth. I just care about what's the best that we can know right now. Well, no, you should care about the truth. If it so happens that we don't exactly know what the truth is, then sure, you write whatever the truth is right now, and you also inform people that, hey guys, this is the truth as we understand it right now. We don't really know what the actual truth is because it's too early, or, we weren't there, or whatever the case may be. But it matters from what perspective you look at something. If you're looking at a problem or an article from the perspective of, I am writing based on what we know right now and what is the best of what we know right now, that creates this weird gray area where I am now allowed to ignore certain fundamental truths because, well, it's not the best that we know right now. And also, this wouldn't be good. So I kind of fundamentally disagree with the principle.
And after 7 years of working with these brilliant folks, I've come to believe that they are onto something. That perhaps for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start.
What kind of hellscape is this lady trying to create? The truth is uncomfortable, and the truth will always divide people. But the truth is also necessary. You need the truth, regardless of how much it's going to divide people, regardless of how much it's going to hurt certain people. If you don't have the truth, you have nothing. There is no way, and this is the CEO of NPR that's basically saying perhaps we shouldn't be trying to get the truth. Perhaps we shouldn't be trying to get to the truth. Dude, if you're listening to NPR, I am willing to bet good money that you are completely and utterly misguided and misinformed about just about everything. Because the CEO of NPR is saying, truth isn't that important, we shouldn't really be focused on that. It's like, what are you talking about? We need to be focused only on the truth. Sure, it would be nice if we could do feel-good stories, and it would be nice if we could give people stories that give them hope, but that's not true. I would rather know that a nuclear bomb is going to hit next week than be fucking surprised by it. Even though that is an uncomfortable thing to read, there is a nuclear bomb that's going to hit us next week, and it's going to drop right on top of your house. That is uncomfortable. No one wants to read that, but it's better than being surprised by it.
In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Whoa, that's very dangerous. Holy shit. That is so dangerous because the problem with that is you're literally, so what she's trying to do here is say we shouldn't try to sell people on the truth. What we should instead try to do is bring people together. So we should write our stories and create our stories in such a way that it brings people closer together rather than try to sell the truth to people. Well, here's the problem, you moron. From a rational perspective, you are already again dividing people, because there will be some people that know the truth, read your article and go, you're a liar. So right there, you've just divided people again. Congratulations. Now we have the same problem that we had before. The only issue is we have a very large chunk of society that is completely and utterly misinformed about everything. So this is terrible. This is a terrible idea, because effectively this is playing into George Orwell's 1984. I read this book. When was this? I read this book. I reread it maybe like a year ago, and I was blown away by the consistent references in his storybook to modern day reality. But you read the stuff that the party is doing, and you go, dude, the party is real? They're doing it right now? Things are being said and things are being thrown out there that you know isn't true, but everyone is pretending like it is absolutely true. And then you watch the sheeple just go, yeah, well, CNN said it, so it must be true. Fox said it, so it must be true. I believe whatever I like to believe, even if it isn't the truth. This lady is nuts. And if you do go down this route, what you end up doing is you end up destroying society. No society has ever existed by trying to cushion their people against the truth. You don't survive that way. It only works for a little while, and then it all comes crashing down.
Now, that is not to say that the truth doesn't exist, nor is it to say that the truth isn't important. Clearly, the search for the truth has led us to do great things, to learn great things. But I think if I were to really ask you to think about this, one of the things that we could all acknowledge is that part of the reason we have such glorious chronicles to the human experience in all forms of culture is because we acknowledge there are many different truths.
No. No. There's many different realities for many different people living, because every person's reality will be tailor-made to them. They're experiencing life in a very different way to everyone else. But there is one truth. There is one truth to anything that happens. Everything that happens in this world, there is your side, right? There's your story. My dad used to tell me this when I was like super young. My dad, he used to tell me, there are three sides to every single story. There's your side, there's the other person's side, and then there's the truth. And the argument there was you need to think critically about your side of the story. And you have to keep in mind that the other person also doesn't have the truth. And in order to get to the truth, it is important to understand that your reality and their reality isn't the truth, but instead a subset of the truth. And therefore, you need to regard or disregard your truth in order to get to the truth. We cannot exist in a society where we try to imagine that there are multiple truths, because how the fuck are we supposed to agree on anything if we go, well, that's just your truth? Well, it's not your truth. It's complete bullshit. This is the truth. And if your truth and the truth does not line up, you are misinformed and misguided. And you're probably going to end up making a lot of bad decisions along the line because your truth is wrong. This lady, it might be one of the most dangerous people I've ever heard speak. And I've watched speeches of fucking Adolf Hitler. And that guy was nuts. And she gives me very similar vibes. Look at those eyes. She looks like someone that could kill a couple of million people and go, well, my truth is that I just set them free. Lele, how you doing? Yara, how you doing? You either speak the truth or an opinion. True.
And so, in the spirit of that, I'm certain that the truth exists for you, and probably for the person sitting next to you. But this may not be the same truth.
It's either truth or it's not truth. What are you talking about? There are things that we do not know what the truth is, right? So we don't know. Is there a God, for example? This is a thing that is unknowable. And in that regard, you will have people that go, I believe that there is a God, right? And that is the truth on which I base my life, and here is why, right? And there's people that say, well, I don't agree with that assumption. I don't agree with that assertion. That is really the only thing that I can think of in this world where you can make the argument, we don't quite know, right? That's probably the only thing in this entire world where we can objectively go,
bet on laziness or stupidity, and you will always win.
that is, I'm going to read that now in a second, KG. That's the only thing that you can rightly say. There are two sides to that story. There is the side of the believers who believe that there is a God, and then there's the side of the non-believers who don't believe that there is a God. And for both of those sides, there is a burden of proof that needs to be fulfilled, either philosophically or physically. But there is a burden of proof there. That's why it's a very healthy and good debate to have. For all other things in our world, there is a truth, a fundamental truth, a provable truth. Now, you could say that there are certain things in our world that we just don't know yet. That doesn't mean that whatever the hell you believe about quantum physics, for example, is the truth. No, you just don't know yet how quantum physics works at its most base level. That doesn't mean that whatever you believe is the truth. It means that you may have a hypothesis. That's why in science we don't call it my truth. We call it a hypothesis, because I look at the evidence that I have available to me, and then I make certain deductions. And I go, okay, so from the evidence that I have here, this is my hypothesis of how I think it works. That doesn't make it your truth, because you just don't know yet. There's still things that you need to find out. It doesn't mean it's true. And just because you decide it's true doesn't make it true. You have people that believe that quantum can heal you. You just need to think hard enough and vibrate at a certain angle and you'll be healed by quantum. It's like, dude, fuck off. No, you can't. That's not how the quantum world operates. What are you talking about? It's not magical. It's a physical phenomena. We just don't have the technology yet to actually, get in on it and understand it. But it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it the truth. I hate this because it's so dangerous when we start talking about, well, you have a truth, but the person sitting next to you also has a truth, and those truths don't have to be the same. Well, then it's not true. Someone there doesn't have the truth. Maybe one of the two has, but not both. Both cannot have the truth.
This is because the truth of the matter is very often, for many people, what happens when we merge facts about the world with our beliefs about the world. So we all have different truths. They're based on things like where we come from, how we were raised, and how other people perceive us.
This lady is nuts, dude. This lady is nuts. She has some dangerous beliefs, man. Some very dangerous beliefs. I really hope that this isn't the future of the world, because it's a pretty bad future if this is the future of the world. My personal truth is that I should get $1 every second. My personal truth is that you should suck my dick every second of every single day. Now, who's lying to who here? Relax, Relic. How you doing, bro? Welcome, bro. How's Florida? It's very... she needs to read the definition of truth. it's feel good nonsense, and feel good nonsense is never good. It's not good for anyone because it doesn't actually do what you think it will do. Right? It's not, because the idea is if we respect everyone's truth, it will bring people together. But that is just obviously not the case. And we can see what's happened in our world. Let's look at the world since 2014. Maybe even a little bit earlier. We can probably go back to like 2013. Objectively, slowly but surely, our world has become far more divided than it has ever been before. And the reason for it is, round about 2012, 2013, we started to engage in this my truth, your truth. Can anyone really know the truth of something that's happened? And what ends up happening is, if I fundamentally believe that my experiences in life is true, then by its very definition and by the extrapolation of fact, if you do not agree with my truth, then you are calling me a liar, right? Even if your truth is different because your reality is different, if you're not in agreement with my truth, because remember, my truth is my truth, then I'm a liar in your eyes. And this is unacceptable, obviously, right? Plucky, how you doing, bro? Relax Relic, thanks for the community sub, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. And I'm glad that you're enjoying Florida. South Africa's good. South Africa's really, really good. At least Cape Town is. Not the rest of South Africa. The rest of South Africa is a fucking hellhole. But Cape Town's good. I like Cape Town. I have a pretty decent life here. You know, I have a battery backup system. I have an inverter. So I don't deal with like 80% of the problems that South Africans deal with. But yeah, I mean, South Africa, I guess, is pretty much still South Africa. We're still trucking along. I miss Franschhoek. Oh man, what a beautiful place. I was blown away first time I went to Franschhoek. I was like, dude, what is this place? How can something this beautiful exist? It is ridiculous. Just did a massive deep study on this, Akko. Courtney, what? On truth? Courtney, I can see that. She's deep in her feelings. Unfortunately, this world wasn't built on feelings. I feel like if the world cannot function with feel-good nonsense, because life isn't feel-good. Life is chaotic and life is fucking hard, right? Life is hard. It is suffering from start to finish. And trying to make people feel good is to deny the literal reality of life. Because if you're trying to tell people that it is okay for you to believe literally whatever you want to believe to make the world a better place for you, you have almost a guaranteed cognitive dissonance nightmare on your hands. Because I believe one thing about myself, yet the reality of that thing is just not true. So how then do I fix that reality? So I'll use myself as an example here. Let's say that I bought into this bullshit that this lady just preached. And I, for example, decided in myself that my truth is that I am a beautiful, handsome, well-built man, right? I am a beautiful, handsome, well-built man. And I should be the envy of guys and girls everywhere. Like, every girl should fucking throw her tits at me when I walk by. That's my truth. Now, the reality is obviously the complete opposite of that. The overwhelming majority of girls won't even look at me when I'm walking by. Now, this creates cognitive dissonance because I believe that my truth is that I'm the handsomest and happiest and loveliest guy in the world, yet no one is looking at me. No guy is looking at me going, man, I can't wait to look like him. right? So now we have a problem because the fantasy world in my own head and reality is not linking up. So what happens now? What do I have to do now? Well, I have to do one of two things. One, I have to realize that I have been lying to myself for all this time. Or I change reality. I demand that people call me beautiful. So now I start campaigns where I say, being fat is beautiful. Being fat is normal. We should have more fat models on the male fitness catalogs because having a six-pack actually increase. Like, I saw this weird article the other day that said that having a six-pack increases your chances of cancer. There's no evidence for that, by the way. Zero. No evidence for that. All the evidence we have is that if you exercise and you are healthy, you have a much lower chance of getting all sorts of weird diseases and shit, right? But we're doing this because, well, we're now trying to change reality. Because the reality in our heads, the truth that we've told ourselves in our heads, and reality isn't linking up. The fat chick that can barely fucking touch her feet, or even see her feet, isn't being fucked by every man available. And she can't understand this. Fat is beautiful. My tits are touching my knees. That's how fat I am. And yet the guys aren't lining up outside my door. What is going on? Well, I'll know. I know. Will put me on the front page of the fucking GQ or whatever the fuck magazine it is, right? I don't know what magazine does Maine watch. Fitness, Sports Illustrated. That's the one, right? Sports Illustrated. Get me on the front page of Sports Illustrated. The man will go hard in seconds. Well, that doesn't work. All right, now we need articles that tell us that fat woman is far better than beautiful skinny woman. Well, again, that doesn't work really because men have shown time and time again that a woman with a beautiful, voluptuous body is far better than a woman that can't see her fucking toes because she's round. She's built like a fucking toffee apple on two little sticks, right? So clearly, the reality and my reality isn't linking up. So what am I to do now? And for some reason, society doesn't want to buy into my bullshit. So you've just created a phenomenally unhappy human being because in their heads, they're believing something that is completely and utterly delusional, but then also reality will not bend to their own delusions. So we're literally just making people unhappy instead of allowing people to come to the realization that reality is unchangeable. It is all that you've got. I am fat, therefore every girl doesn't look at me and want to have sex with me. So if I want to get a girl to want to have sex with me, I'm going to have to do a little bit extra work. Either start working out, start eating healthy, and lose the weight. Also, do a little bit extra work. Try to make her laugh. Work on your personality. There are things that you need to do when you're fat to keep up with the guys that have the six packs. And you just have to do that because reality is not going to bend to whatever fucking delusions you may have in your head. And I feel like that's the world that we're heading towards. When we try to tell people that, oh, but your reality is real and you should just follow your reality. No, it's not. You're just fat. Go to the fucking gym, fatty. Start working out. Bounce those tits, bitch. They need to get smaller. It is as simple as that. That's the reality. Getting in the way of your delusion. Boobs to the knees. You can hide them as a scarf. Think positive. Not even sorry, but Jack Black is far more attractive to me than male models. I mean, look, I'm not talking about individual girls will obviously have individual things that they like. I severely question the idea of girls actually liking dad bods more than six packs. I severely question that idea, but fine, right? I'm willing to buy it. No flying. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I question it because I can see reality. The overwhelming majority of girls, when asked honestly, you have a choice between two men. Two men. Same man. Same fucking man, right? We cloned a guy. This is the perfect guy. He makes the perfect jokes. He has the perfect personality. He's going to hold your hair while you're throwing up after a night out. this man is going to be the greatest father to your children that you've ever met. In one version, we made him with a nice little belly. He can barely see his penis. In the other one, he's built like a Greek god with V-lines literally ripping right into his spine. And his cock is massive. Which one are the girls going to choose? Every single girl, bar maybe one or two, will go for the dude that has the six-pack and the V-lines. Guaranteed. Why? Because that's hot. Of course it's hot. How do we know it's hot? Because that's what girls like. Because that's the movies that they go to watch. That's the superheroes that they like. So if you're pretending like, oh, I like a guy with a bit of a belly, sure, you might be one of the very few, or you don't really like a guy with a belly. You just don't like men that are so obsessed with themselves that they would want to get a six-pack because, quite frankly, to have a six-pack, you have to be very obsessed with your looks and very obsessed with your fitness. So that means you're not really paying attention to the goal because you're too busy eating chicken and rice, okay? And most girls don't want that. They would like a guy that is a little bit more balanced, so I understand it. On the balance of things, girls prefer a guy that isn't as into himself and would most likely be a little bit more into her. Because this is one of the things that I hear a lot from my girlfriends, my friends who are girls. When they date guys that are super buffed and super ripped, you feel like you don't matter because this guy is spending way too much time on himself and very little time on you. I can fully understand that. I can fully understand that from that logic because girls do have the ability to look at far more than just looks. But I don't necessarily believe that dad bods is as in season as a lot of girls like to admit. Not for the vast majority of girls. Let me put it that way. And now, KG, I will quickly look at your message. Thanks for the $5 once again, bro. An old saying, if you ever want to gamble, always bet on laziness or stupidity, and you will always win. That is so fucking true, bro. Like, that is ridiculously true. I like that. 80% of women hunt the upper 20% of men for a partner. I find it nauseating. That's also fair, Courtney, but of course, that will very much be influenced by your experiences, right? See Blizzard gift for you? Dino, how you doing, bro? Wait, what gift did Blizzard give me? Evans, you don't have to take steroids in order to get a six-pack. You just need to, you know, eat very, very little. Very, very little. I used to weigh 400 pounds. I got some problems in my life, and I developed an eating disorder. Now I'm 170 pounds with like 2 years difference. I'm doing better, but I'd love to be comfortable in my own body. Now, flying, good fucking job on the weight loss, bro. Good job on the weight loss. It's important, but I feel like the fundamental thing for me with weight loss is, who are you doing it for? And what is it that you're trying to achieve at the end of it? Because if what you're trying to achieve is external, you will almost definitely not make it. And it took me a long time to grasp that concept. And when I say grasp, I've always known it. But in order to get yourself to a place where you're not doing what you're doing because of some, you know, thing that you want to prove or some goal that you maybe want to get or some shit like that. You're doing what you're doing because it's for you and it's fun and you enjoy it. That's where I am now in my life. I basically eat, the only thing that I eat that isn't carnivore is coffee. I drink it, obviously, but I drink coffee with milk in it, and that's not carnivore. But the rest of my life is 100% carnivore. This is dinner tonight, by the way. Right here next to me, actually. But this is my dinner for tonight. Well, this and steak. I have a steak downstairs, but this is my dinner. It's just out here, just chilling, drying out a little bit more. I bought it like 3 days ago, but it was still a little bit wet. So I kind of needed to leave it out a bit just so that it can dry out a little bit more. Well, that's my dinner. And then I have a ribeye steak. And I'm actually looking forward to it. And this is the first time that I'm actually on a quote-unquote diet. I'm not really on a diet. I like meat more than I do veggies and fucking fruit. I hate fruit. I don't eat fruit. But I'm not a massive fan of veggies. Unless you put a whole bunch of nonsense in the veggies. So white sauce and all, then it's kind of nice. But just veggies on their own, don't like that. So yeah, I can live off of meat. And so I do that, right? But I don't withhold myself from having the odd pizza, right? So for example, I think 2 weekends ago, it was Saturday night, it was League of Legends, and I was sitting here and I was like, dude, I'm in the mood for pizza. So I ordered a pizza, right? And I fucking had a pizza and it was great. Next day I was right back on the meat, which is the first time I've been able to do that, because it actually took a while. Like, it used to be super difficult for me. Like, if I break the diet, then it's like 4 or 5 days that I just can't get back on the diet. Whereas now I find it a little bit easier to, you know, if I do break the diet, I can just instantly go back to the meat without too much distraction and without feeling like, oh man, I have to get back on the meat. So, but it takes time. But it's, how you doing, bro? Some veggies are just bangers, like broccoli and carrots. Fuck that. I don't like veggies. Plus, I feel better if all I eat is meat. Like, not gonna lie, I feel a hell of a lot better. You don't feel as, I don't know, you feel relaxed. So Dano, yes. So we covered that yesterday. I think my video on that should be live right now. I think it may have gone live already, or maybe it is going live. Let me just see. Fuck. Yeah, I'm still waiting. Like you can see here, I'm still waiting for this video to be suitable for fucking ads. This is me reacting to the Wowcast from Blizzard. And for some reason, YouTube is going, nah, you're not allowed to add this one. Ads is not available. So I'm just waiting for this one to turn green, and then I'll make it public. But this is me reacting to the Wowcast. And then we have, obviously, the interview with Mr. GM as well here. Dino, I saw everything there is to see. Giant fam, you're looking good. Verdus, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm trying. And I like going to the gym as well. And that's also new. I usually didn't go. I like, most of the time I hate going to the gym, but I find it a lot more enjoyable nowadays because I'm working more on just getting stronger and lifting heavy rather than just, you know, going in there and doing what everyone else does. Evans, I don't know if they'll do the same with raids. I feel like Blizzard may actually think that by making follower raids, it will somehow devalue what raids are. So yeah, I would be surprised if they do that with raids. Have you seen Ballida's coverage? I do not watch YouTube videos from fellow WoW creators. So no, I have not seen Ballida's video. I found that swimming is fucking awesome. I don't swim. Also, I don't even know, like, I could go swim in the ocean probably, but I hate the ocean. So I won't go swimming in the ocean. Exercises are good for the mood and mind. True. Dude, you feel so much better. So much better after you've gone to the gym. It's not even funny. You can have one of the shittest days ever, and then you hit the gym, and as soon as you walk out there, it's like all your problems have just disappeared. You just don't think about your problems. It's like, dude, I'm way too tired to give a shit about anything right now. And then you just, yeah, the hormones just release and you feel great. Playing Diablo 4 after a couple of weeks when it launched. Should I get back to it? No flying. I am definitely not the right man to ask about that, because I played Diablo right as it launched and I immediately quit and I have not been back there. So I can't tell you. I don't play Diablo. I think Blizzard doesn't know what the hell they're doing with that IP. I'm also not hearing great things, just to be clear. Everything I'm hearing sounds like Blizzard doesn't really know what they're trying to do or what they should be doing. Wait, Z Vengeance, why have you disconnected yourself from Balilus content? What did Balil do to you? With the box workouts? Oh, yeah. Good thing NPCs can do dungeons now. Wait, there's someone else's message that I missed. I can't see it now. Fuck it. If I missed your message, just write it again. I can't find it now. Yeah, it feels like I mean, I've gone over this so many times. I'm getting bored of doing it again. But I'll just say, it feels like Blizzard, when it comes to Diablo, Blizzard can only really react to community feedback. It feels like they themselves don't really know what the right decision is for World of Warcraft. They're just sort of reacting to the community. So they make a bunch of changes, then they listen to the community feedback, and then they fix the changes. You know, and so on and so forth. That's kind of how it feels. It doesn't, like, when I look at some of the changes that Blizzard is making, it's just weird to me. Because a lot of the changes, I'm not even a player that plays, how can I put this? I'm not even a person that plays a lot of ARPGs. And sometimes I listen to some of their changes and I'm like, I don't think that's going to work. Why are you doing this? And then, of course, they do it. And the player base goes, actually, this doesn't work. And then Blizzard goes, oh, yeah, we'll fix that. We'll fix this immediately. And then, of course, people go, yep. You're forgiven, Blizzard. Thank you so much for reacting immediately. Oh, you're talking about that video. I mean, it is what it is, right? I think I don't judge people too harshly for trying to avoid certain culture war issues. Because believe me, it does come with a lot of abuse. Just to be like, yeah. It comes with a lot of abuse. If you speak up against the culture war in any way, shape, or form, it does not go well at all. You get attacked a lot. Long time waiting periods. I think warbands is going to be the greatest feature. Buys and grab the nuggets. It would be good if we lived in a world where people understood different opinions is really good, and we should be encouraging different opinions. But of course, we don't live in that world, so not addressing it. Just don't make a video and don't make response videos and tweets about it after on how the audience don't know. I can't really judge. I can't say anything about this because I genuinely don't know. I don't watch any of that, so I have no idea. The first warband, no. Well, I'm not gonna have elite Tauren whatever. I don't think I have a single Tauren character in the game. I'm good with different opinions. I'm not good with pushing violence and cheering chaos and destruction. Ooh. Now, it depends what we mean when we say pushing chaos and destruction. Because, I mean, if we're talking about destroying the government or the system, I'm all for it. Let's go. Let's see how it goes. I'm not saying it's going to be better, but it's going to be fucking exciting. If we're talking about destroying society, no thanks. I'm not interested in that. There's a video I want to watch now, but it feels it feels like this is gonna be a spicy video. Why you shouldn't resist watching porn. Alright. I'll bite.
Today, we're going to talk about why resisting pornography is a bad idea.
Well, I will say, it depends on what you mean with resisting. Because there is such a thing of resist will only take you that far. Self-control will only take you that far. The problem with self-control is humans have a thing called ego depletion. Now, for those of you that don't know what that is, let me quickly explain it to you. Have you ever wondered why the supermarket has all of the sweets and the chocolates right at the pay points? You know, where you stand in line to actually pay for your shit? Why is all of the chocolates and shit at the end of your shopping experience? Because usually by that point, people suffer from what is called ego depletion. This is where you've said no to a lot of really fun and health and nice things to eat, and now you can no longer say no. Like, no matter what you try to do, you're finding it super difficult to say no, and so you do end up picking up a couple of chocolates or a couple of drinks or whatever the case is, right? It's done very much with psychology in mind. So it's probably going to be the same thing when it comes to pornography. You can say no for a couple of days. You can probably say no for a couple of weeks. But eventually your ego is going to deplete and then you're going to have trouble. So you should try to sort out what it is that is causing your pornography addiction or the fact that you're watching porn, rather than try to, shall we say, just resist watching.
So pornography is running rampant through our society right now. People are getting more addicted to pornography than they've ever been before. And there are a lot of good neuroscientific reasons for this. Pornography is getting more visual. We have VR pornography, higher resolution pornography. Everything is getting brighter, bouncier, jigglier, right? And then we also have this whole parasocial angle, which has never existed before. In the past, when you were looking at pornography, like when I was growing up, there were things like magazines. And they don't even move, which is one thing, but they certainly don't interact with you, right? And now what we have is things like OnlyFans or other platforms where you can interact with a pornographic content creator and you can form a relationship with them. And this can all become very addicting. But there's one thing that we're actually screwing up, which is quite paradoxical. So as people try to conquer pornography, improve their relationship with it, maybe get rid of the addiction, one of the biggest mistakes that they make is trying to resist it. Now, I know that sounds absolutely insane, but in order to understand this, we have to understand sort of the neuroscience and clinical perspective on
the Buddhists believe that resistance breeds depression. It's not. So the Buddhists believe that the things that happen to you in life aren't the things that make you unhappy. It's your resistance to the things that happens to you in life that makes you unhappy. You have one of two options, according to the Buddhist teachings, when anything happens, right? No matter what it is, if it happens to you, you have one of two options. You can, one, move past it or try to get over it, or try to change it, right? So move over, move past, or change it, or you have to accept it. You have to accept that this is your reality. Now, for some things, that decision is sort of made on your behalf. The loss of a loved one, for example, there's no moving past it or away from it. There's no changing it. Death is death and it's final. So you have to accept that this person is gone and then move on with your life, right? If you resist that, so this is a bit of a personal story, but I'll share it anyways, and I'm not doing it to get any sympathy because I genuinely no longer care. My mum died in 2006, right? I think it was April of 2006. And I can say with absolute genuine honesty, I don't miss her. I don't think about her. I have no moments in my life where I go, man, I wish my mom was still alive. None. Zero. The only time I remember my mom is when my aunt phones me on my mom's birthday to cry about my mom being gone. The reason for this is my aunt has not accepted the fact that my mom is gone. She's resisting actively the idea that her sister is gone, which is obviously, it's her sister. It's obviously there's a bond there. There's a relationship there, but it is causing a lot of unhappiness for her because she will not accept that she is gone. She's no longer there, and there's nothing that you can do about that. And I remember shortly after my mom passed away, me and my brother, we were going into the store to, I don't know what we were going to buy, but we were walking into the store, and there was a guy there that went to the same church as my mom, and he stopped us, and he was like, "I'm so sorry about your mom. I'm so sorry that this has happened to you, and that you guys have to go through this." And he said something to me there that nearly almost destroyed me. He said to me, "I lost my mommy." Now, this is a grown man calling his mom mommy. Maybe that's normal for a lot of people, but I haven't called my parents mommy and daddy since I was like 4. But anyways, right? I lost my mommy about 20 years ago, and you never get over it. You never forget them. But at least you don't cry about it as often. And I remember walking away from that thinking, dude, I don't want to feel like this. Because at the time it was still very raw, and it was still very, very painful. And I thought, I don't want to feel like this for the rest of my life. Like, what the fuck? This is not a good feeling. This is not a good place to be. And that's when I read the Buddhist teachings on this. And you have to accept, right? You have to accept that this is the case. If you can't change it, accept it. Accept that this is the reality. And it didn't take long. I think it was like a year. A year later, I was completely over my mom's passing. So I'm telling you this because if you can do that for the death of a loved one, you can almost guaranteed do that for porn. You can almost guaranteed do that for porn. It isn't good to mourn forever. No, it's not. It's not. You should move on from that shit. You can get over, but never forget the good times and what you learned from them. Yeah, I mean, sure. Although I don't, and I wouldn't even say that I do that. I mean, I'm grateful for how she raised me. She taught me a lot of really helpful and good things in life. But remembering them, like I said, I rarely think about her. But again, I'm different, right? I could just be unique in that sense. So maybe not everyone does it that way. Going from porn to your mom is weird, bro. How did you make this sexual that I just spoke about, Ferorius? I was making a point about resisting and why I think he's saying you shouldn't resist porn. That was the point. If you're making this sexual, the problem lies with you, fam, not with me.
Cravings, resistance, and also how we ultimately, in addiction psychiatry, overcome something like an addiction. Hey y'all, if you're interested in applying some of the principles that we share to actually create change in your life, check out Dr. K's Guide to Mental Health. It combines over 2 decades of my experience of both being a monk and a psychiatrist, and distills all of the most important things I've learned into a choose-your-own-adventure format. So check out the link in the bio and start your journey today. So let's take a quick look at what happens when you actually try to resist a craving. So anytime your brain wants something, right, it starts by trying to entice you. So it says like, hey man, like let's get high, like let's have a good time. It's fun, it's the weekend, maybe it's not quite the weekend, it's a Monday and it's been a hard day and the weekend.
Well, Monday is kind of the weekend still, no? Like Monday evening after work is kind of still the weekend. You can still do weekend things Monday evening. From Tuesday, it starts to get weird. But Monday evening can sometimes still pass as weekend.
Again, wasn't quite as fun as you thought. It'll come up with whatever it can to try to get you to use. And then if you say no, the addiction is like, now I'm feeling jittery. Come on, bro. Like, let's take the edge off. Just take the edge off a little bit, right? Like, we don't have to party the whole way. Like, let's just take the edge off. Let's just try to do this. It'll help us work. It'll help us go meet our friends. Like, the rest of the day will be good. Like, come on, man. Like, let's take away a little bit of this negativity. Let's move towards positivity. And then if you say no, then the brain starts getting pissed. Like, like now I'm going to give you withdrawal, right? You feel this withdrawal. We've got headaches. We've got stomach aches. We've got whole body pain. We're going to have a little bit of diarrhea. And then if you still white knuckle it, if you resist, then your brain gets angry at you, says, bitch, what do you think you're doing? We need this stuff. I told you we need this stuff. Look at how much we're hurting now. Now the headache intensifies. Now you have diarrhea. Now you're vomiting. And then ultimately, if you end up giving in, what your brain kind of says is like, why do you make me do this to you, man? Like, why do you have to make me hurt you so much in order to get what we need, right? It's just like hunger and thirst to your brain, where if you deprive your body, it starts to punish you. It literally sends you negative signals, not positive signals. It punishes you for not giving it what it wants. And so I'm kind of reminded, trigger warning, of a South Park episode where there's some domestic violence, but this is literally what I see. That one of my patients mentioned this episode to me, and he said, this is what it feels like when I resist a craving. I feel like my brain starts punishing me for fighting it in the first place. And so this is a weird challenge, because what ends up happening is as we resist cravings, our brain begins to learn what kind of signals do I need to send to this dumbass to get what I want. And so the real paradoxical thing that we see in addiction is that the more patients resist...
What's interesting about what he's describing here, and I don't know if any of you have ever focused on that, but how is it possible that we, at any given point in time, with every single problem that we have, seem to have two versions of ourselves active at the same time? If you guys ever noticed that, what he's just describing there, you make the decision to stop doing something. Right? You no longer want to smoke, or you no longer want to drink, or you no longer want to get high, whatever the case may be. You no longer want to watch porn. You have made that decision. You are you, and you have decided it. But then for some reason, there's this second voice inside of you that is unconvinced by the decision, and instead would prefer if another decision is made. How is that even possible? How is it possible for us to have two voices oftentimes competing within us, and both are at the same time us? That shit is boggling, bro. Like, that shit blows my mind, because you all feel it. You feel it every day with like issues that you may be dealing with and things that may be happening where you go, I shouldn't be doing this, but then there's another voice that goes, no, bro, you should really be doing it. And just the fact that that exists, it's wild, because it shouldn't exist. You are just one person, and you should only have one voice. But for some reason, you're not just one person. You don't just have one voice. There are at least two voices. If you're hearing more than two voices, there might be some problems there. But as long as it's just two, and just in these scenarios, that is a very interesting. Next time you feel this, try and focus on it. Like, try and analyze what is going on. It is, believe me, one of the more interesting hours or 2 hours of your life that you'll be spending. Just trying to analyze the two voices in your head fighting for dominance, really. The primal mind and the articulate mind conflict. Yeah, I mean, I know what psychology brands it as, and what psychology sort of tries to tries to hypothesize about it. I'm just talking about the phenomena itself, irregardless of what naming scheme we want to go for, because different psychologists have different ideas of what this could be. I'm just talking about the phenomena itself, right?
And fail, the more intensive their cravings become. So this is what's really different about addiction, right? Because if we look at most things in life, as we fight against things, even if we lose, we get better over time. So if I go to the gym and I lift a bunch of weight and I can't lift, let's say, this high amount of weight, the next time I go to the gym, I'll be better at it. My muscles will grow, my muscles will adapt, right? If I play chess over time, I'll get better at it. I'll get better at swimming, I'll get better at reading, I'll get better at studying, I'll understand more mathematics, more calculus. But addiction is the one interesting thing where the more that you fight it, the worse off you become. So if you look at the cycle of addiction, after years and years and years of people resisting cravings, being sober for a while, relapsing, and then you're kind of back on this treadmill over and over again. Despite the fact that people who struggle with addictions have a ton of experience, their life seems to be moving in the wrong direction. And why is that? It's because of this principle of if you resist a craving and end up giving in, your brain learns this is the signal that I send to this person in order to get what I need.
Joshua, just to be clear, I wasn't saying I don't know what the voice is. I'm aware that we ascribe that voice, the voice that says we should stop doing stuff, to consciousness, right? We're saying this is your conscience. I'm describing the phenomena and saying the phenomena, regardless of what we want to call it, is weird. It's weird that that phenomena exists. Because when you think about yourself, you are you. You are one person. Your mind is one thing. It operates in just one way, right? And yet it doesn't. It does, but it also doesn't. And that phenomena is incredibly interesting. So I'm not sitting here going, guys, I've discovered a brand new thing. You'll never guess what I discovered. I discovered that I have this extra voice in my head that speaks to me sometimes about stuff. That's not what I'm saying, right? I know that everyone has this because, well, we call it consciousness. But the fact that it exists is what's weird to me. The fact that we have it in the first place. Like, why? Why is this thing there? Because it seems to make things a lot harder than what it needs to be, right? Where if it wasn't, it would have been easier. Xanarath, how you doing, bro?
So your brain starts paradoxically amplifying the cravings because it knows that I need to go straight to a high level so that we can skip all these first steps, because this is what gets me what I need. And this isn't just your brain doing this in the case of addictions. We even do this normally. For example, if you have a family member who's deaf, right? You start by calling their name. You're like, hey, buddy, and they don't hear you. And then you raise the volume. You say, hey, buddy. They don't hear you. And then if they're deaf, you start yelling, and that's when they hear you.
Gino Mac, I have heard of Sigmund Freud. I've read Sigmund Freud stuff. Like, what are you guys struggling with here? Like, are you guys genuinely convinced that I don't know? Like, this is a brand new discovery for me that we have two voices in our heads. Go deeper. Don't start from the idea that we have two voices in our head. What do psychologists call it? What I'm asking for everyone to do here is to think critically. That thing we spoke about yesterday. So don't listen to what the psychologists are saying. Think deeper than that. And then go even deeper. And get to a place where you ask yourself, regardless of the fact that it exists, regardless of what it is, the fact that it is weird. It's interesting. It's mind-blowing. And try to ask yourself, well, why does that exist? Very much like Sigmund Freud did. Sigmund Freud did the exact same thing. He realized that we have these multiple voices doing multiple things and oftentimes conflicting with one another, and tried to explain why do we have these voices. Now, a lot of things that Sigmund Freud said was wrong. Carl Jung, he had different opinions about what that would be. A lot of his things were also nowadays is a little bit questionable, but there are still Jungian psychologists out there that very much adhere to Jung's. I don't know if there's many Freudian psychologists anymore, because I think largely speaking, most psychologists have sort of gone, a lot of Sigmund Freud's stuff isn't really replicatable. So yeah, he said a bunch of things, but we really struggle to replicate that from a scientific perspective. Although it should be noted, most psychology is very difficult to replicate anyways, because it's not really a STEM science. But still, it is... I like to think about the thing from the ground up, right? And that's all I was describing here, right? Is from the ground up. It's a very interesting thing. It's interesting that we have this, and that this thing oftentimes creates so much conflict within ourselves. To critically think is exactly why that weird thing is. 6, but it still needs to have an origin, right? Still needs to have an origin. Because in order for us to survive, critical thinking isn't required. How do I know this? Because there's plenty of people surviving that is on Twitter every single day. And I have seen firsthand the lack of critical thinking skills on Twitter. So humans clearly don't need this skill, and yet we have it. For some reason, some of us have it. Well, most people don't have it, right? But there's about 10% of the human population that do have the ability to critically think. And then I think someone said there's, of the remaining, it's about 60% that can think critically about some things, but not about all things, or not even about most things. And then 40% of the other 40% can just not think critically about anything. They are just sheeple. They just do sheeple things.
If you do that a couple times, your brain will stop talking to them in a normal voice. It'll realize what signal it needs to create to get the response that it wants. And it's not just the case of deafness. We also see this in sort of getting our psychological needs met. So sometimes we'll see this very commonly as psychiatrists with kids. So if a kid is getting bullied at school, they'll start complaining about stomach aches. And it's not that they're faking it. It's that what happens with this child is, I'm being bullied at school. I go to my parents and I say, hey, I don't want to go to school today, and they don't listen. But the one day that I have a stomach ache, they let me stay home. So our brain is learning, and the child isn't even consciously aware. They can be 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old. And then the body will actually create physiologic stomach aches.
I did this often as a child.
To get the needs met. So our brain is designed to get needs met. And paradoxically, if you try to resist cravings and fail, your brain will intensify the cravings to get what it needs. So this is where you're probably saying, well, what are you saying, Dr. K? Should I just watch porn anytime I feel like it? Should I just give into it completely? Because I've tried that and that doesn't work. No. So let's take a look at the evidence-based interventions, the things that really work for things like addictions. So we have things like psychotherapy. We have things like peer support, like Alcoholics Anonymous. We also have certain medications. We'll even have things like environmental changes. And let's go through these, right? So let's say I'm an opioid addict. When I go to psychotherapy, let's say I'm seeing my therapist, am I resisting cravings? No, not when I'm actually seeing my therapist. Let's say I go to a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. Am I actually resisting cravings there? No. Right?
Depends, though. What if that is the time that you usually get high? Then you are resisting it because you're at the fucking meeting now, unless you're going baked out of your skull, in which case you've already given in. So now you are just sitting there seeing pink elephants, but I get your point.
So when I go to a Narcotics Anonymous meeting, there's a lot of community. People aren't actively usually resisting cravings. The whole point is that they're sort of doing things that are not grappling directly with their illness. And even if we look at things, people like sponsors. So what's the whole point of a sponsor? Here I am resisting a craving. And what does my sponsor do with me? I call them up and they say, hey, let's go for a walk. Let's grab a cup of coffee. They kind of distract me and pull me out of that battle. The other thing that we know in addiction psychiatry is that, I've had patients, for example, who are alcoholics and are members of fraternities or sororities. And as long as you are hanging out with your fraternity buddies, your sorority sisters, whatever, and people are drinking around you all the time, it is very difficult to resist those cravings. So what do we recommend? We recommend social transplant. You need a new set of friends who are sober, because if you are with your set of friends who continue to use, it is very difficult to resist the cravings. And this is where we also see the principle that I talked about, which is that the more you resist, the more your brain learns, hey, I need to induce very strong cravings. I need to punish this person for depriving this of me. So what we tend to see, literally what I see in my patients, is that the more that they resist cravings, the more intense the cravings become. And then we can also look at the medications for addictions, things like naltrexone or buprenorphine in the case of opioid addiction. And literally, what is the result of these medications? Naltrexone literally reduces cravings, and buprenorphine is actually like a partial opioid agonist, which means that it supplies the receptor that wants the opioids and creates a partial opioid signal. And so since we're partially satisfying the signal, it actually eliminates cravings because the body and brain are getting what they want. So our whole strategy in addiction psychiatry tends to be to avoid fighting cravings. Now, there are good reasons to fight cravings, and we'll kind of get to that in a second, but I just want to point out that we sort of see these two very different things. The first is that if we are grappling and white-knuckling our cravings over and over and over again, that doesn't usually lead to success based on our research. A lot of people become sober without ever seeing a psychiatrist, so we're not entirely sure exactly what they do. And on the other hand, we see that all of our interventions are not directly fighting cravings. In fact, they're used to kind of dodge cravings. So what should you do? This is where there are a couple of things about pornography that are different. The first is that when we're talking about resisting cravings, this is where there are a couple of things about pornography that are a little bit different from substances that we can take advantage of. So I know this sounds really bizarre, but the strategy that I tend to use with my patients is to pick your battles. So instead of just randomly resisting the craving and then ultimately giving into it, which will intensify the craving the next time you step into the ring, what we really want to do is almost schedule our pornography use. So one of the things that I'll do with my patients is sort of pick 2 times throughout the day where they are allowed to watch pornography.
Twice a day? Holy crap. Bro, like how? What are you doing the second time? That seems a little much. Once a week, maybe, like once every 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking lotion.
This has a very interesting effect. The first is that outside of those windows, it becomes easier to resist. But even then, they're resisting a little bit. It becomes easier to win the battle of pushing the pornography until 11 a.m. and 6 p.m., let's say. At 8 or 9 in the morning, you get this little impulse and you kind of push it till 11 a.m. So you're actually strengthening and training your frontal lobe. And then when 11 a.m. rolls around, you can sort of engage in it. So this is really interesting because we can't do this with a substance use disorder. And why is that? Because in a substance use disorder, we have certain genetic modifications, usually, to things like our GABA receptors, our mu receptors, which mean that if I have a little bit of alcohol at 11 a.m., the rest of my day is shot. Thankfully, the pattern that I tend to see in behavioral addictions is that moderation is more accessible. It's more doable. Like, so with someone like an alcohol addict, you can't really do that. If they have one drink, they can't stop. With pornography addicts, I'm able to see more success in this way. So I know it sounds...
Sure, I think maybe I just don't understand porn addiction at all. Because the point of porn, at least when I was younger, is to get off, right? That's why you watch porn. You want to get off. But once you've gotten off, you don't really want to do it again, right? Like, fuck it, right? It's over now. That's good. I'm happy, right? I'm going to get a bit of post-nut clarity with whatever the fuck I just watched. And I'm going to move on with my life, right? So I'm not entirely sure if you're doing it, like if you're watching it 10 times a day or for like more than 5 minutes, or do porn addicts like not even get off at it? Aragos, I don't know if it's tied to libido, because with a girl, I have done multiple times a day for prolonged periods of time, no issues whatsoever, right? But there's a sexual element to it. There's an intimacy element to it. There's another person involved, which immediately makes it a lot more fun. But just with yourself, as good as it can be to spend that little bit of time with yourself, once it's done, it's done. You don't really need to go again. You've emptied the pipes. You're good to go for a couple of days or a couple of weeks, even sometimes. So it is weird. But the pixels on screen look good even after post-nut. Depends what you watch, Caleb.
Sounds really bizarre, but just setting aside a particular time where you're allowed to watch pornography. The second thing is to generally remember that we don't want to fight battles that we can't win. So we're going to draw a little bit on Sun Tzu. And if you look at sort of the goal of addiction psychiatry, it is about setting up the field of battle to beat the addiction. So it is about reducing our cravings, shaping our environment, because the last thing that we want to do is fight a battle and lose, because then our brain will sort of bludgeon us with stronger cravings. So what we really want to do is try to pick battles that we are going to win and really build up those successes and confidence. Because there's one other really insidious thing that happens when we fight a craving and we fail. Over time, what do we learn from doing this? Not only does our brain learn to intensify the cravings, but we learn that we are powerless. I fought it, and who wins in the end? The addiction wins. The pornography wins. The alcohol wins. And then tomorrow I wake up, I'm sure I'm gonna do it, bro, let's go. And then who wins in the end? The alcohol wins. I'm sober for a little while, the alcohol wins. I'm sober for a little while, the alcohol wins. I'm sober for a little while, the alcohol wins. I'm sober for a year, the alcohol wins. And when this is your experience of addiction, you begin to give up hope. Subconsciously, you don't think you're ever going to beat this problem. Why? Because the more you fight, the more you fail. And the more you fail, the more your brain is learning, we're not going to win this. Might as well give up. And this is what we see in the cycle of addiction.
Yep.
People will be addicted for years, lifetimes, because they've tried to stop, right? Most people who are addicted to things have tried to stop, and their experience is that it doesn't work. I end up losing. Because paradoxically, they are feeding the craving. They are intensifying the craving. They don't understand these principles, so they're actually making the problem worse. Instead, what we want to do is pick battles that we can win. Right? This is why we want to sort of restrict things to a particular time of the day, and then at least you're winning from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. You're winning from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And what I tend to see in a lot of my patients is once they start to do this, there are times where they'll even skip it because they are training their brain between 8 and 11 to resist. And when 11 a.m. rolls around, they say, okay, do I really need to use this right now, or can I wait until 6 p.m.? So it's really bizarre, but addictions to pornography are a little bit different, and we can treat them a little bit differently. The next thing that we really want to target, if
personally, I think a lot of porn addiction specifically, because most other addictions are substances, right? So there's going to be a physiological element to the addiction. You're putting something into your body, and your body is getting dependent on the thing that you're putting into it. Whereas with porn, the addiction is almost entirely psychological, with very little physiological elements to it, except for the fact of getting off, right? Which is a very, very powerful response, but you can do that without porn even. So, you know, I feel like a lot of that is, because I'll tell you, when I'm bored, or when, for example, I don't, I don't spend a lot of time with my friends, I don't hang out with my friends as much, I don't do stuff as much, that's when those things start to creep in, right? Where you start thinking, man, let's watch some porn, let's do some this, let's do some that. Let's keep ourselves busy. That's usually when you start thinking about really silly shit to do, because you're bored. I wonder if that's not the answer. Just don't be bored. Go find some friends. Go do some shit. Get out of the house. Join a community that maybe puts some pressure on you to do things a little bit differently. Yeah, keep yourself busy. And not just in the way of cleaning the house or some shit, but do stuff that's fun, right? But it does keep you out of trouble. You know, it keeps you on the straight and narrow, as they say. I can stop whenever I can, but I don't want to. I spend 10 hours a day working on a computer, go home and spend the remaining 6 to 8 hours on the computer, sleep, repeat. Even, hey, you know, PC addiction, I think, is also a real one.
If we're struggling with pornography, are the underlying driving forces, and there are two really big ones. The first is that we use pornography as a source of emotional regulation. So as long as you are developing proactive emotional regulation techniques. And what I strongly recommend to all of my patients who are dealing with pornography in healthy or unhealthy ways is that you develop alternate emotional regulation techniques. So we know from the neuroscience of pornography that in this way, it's very similar to many substance use disorders in that it sort of gives us dopamine and it takes away negative emotions. Because while you are watching pornography, you don't really feel a whole lot of negative emotions. You feel a ton of shame and feel like a loser and all that stuff afterward, right? Because you've lost. And then all comes the flooding of negative emotion.
Young Acolyte could have dealt with this
video
video
what we want to do is
a
really
lot
focus
worse.
on emotional regulation techniques. We have videos on things like alexithymia. We teach meditation techniques, journaling, talking about your emotions, working with a therapist, engaging in clinical treatment. All of those things are really good. And there's one other thing that we want to do, which is actually wait out the craving. So there's one big difference between pornography, behavioral addictions, and substance use disorders. From a physiologic perspective, the longer that you wait to use a substance, the more that the physiological withdrawal will increase. The one advantage that we have going for us in pornography is that if we wait in relation to pornography, there isn't a gross physiologic withdrawal that starts to happen. So in the case of something like alcohol, which acts on our GABA receptors, if we go cold turkey on alcohol, we can actually do things like induce seizures, induce cardiac arrhythmias, and alcohol withdrawal can be fatal. So remember that when we're talking about a substance use disorder, there's all kinds of physiologic things going on. There's one thing that's different about pornography addiction, which is that as we wait, it'll sort of, the craving will intensify and then it will sort of decrease. And I know this sounds kind of paradoxical because I said don't resist cravings in the first place, but this is a really important principle to understand.
See, Vengeance, I don't know if it's just that. So what I found worked really well for me, granted, when I was a little bit younger, since then you do find out that, we found out a lot of things about porn and what porn does really badly for us. So once you read those things, you're like, ooh, maybe not, right? Maybe I should try and do this much, much less. Because even healthy ways of consuming pornography isn't that healthy for us. It's like saying healthy smoking. Yeah, it's better to have 1 cigarette than 20, but still, right? Maybe the one is also not that great for you. But what I have found that really works well for me, or worked well for me in the past, is when I do get those cravings, and you do want to, beat the meat, as it were, play a video game, right? Just load up a game, literally anything, right? Load up World of Warcraft, go do a dungeon, or load up League of Legends, do a match in League, or just play any game. Or, do something where your brain is now going to be literally involved in high-level problem solving for a bit. And before you know it, you're done. You're over, right? So you're not even thinking about it. As soon as you're done with the game, you're just like, gonna watch a movie now, gonna go do something different, because you're no longer even thinking about that thing. And see you online to see if you are talking about the new X-Pac. The only year you are talking about porn, you are like the guardian angel. Genjo, how you doing, bro? I just wanked as I was bored and telling myself, man, you need to mellow down on wanking. Anyways, I log into WoW and do some dailies, and in the meantime, I switched on Twitch to see WoW-related streamers alive. Genjo, well, still happy to have you here, bro. I hope it was a great wanking session.
See, when it comes to physical substances, the clock is kind of ticking against you. That the intensity of what you feel will get worse and worse and worse. But if you can bypass this critical point in pornography addiction where your brain is trying to tell you like, hey, I need this, I need this, I need this. If you can really just wait it out.
Batman,
it's not about beating
bro.
it. It's not about conquering it. It's just about resisting for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Then things will start to work in your favor because another mechanism will kick in the brain, which is sort of this homeostatic tolerance. So if we think about sort of feeling hungry, right? At the very beginning, when my body feels hungry, it feels hungry. And then if you don't give it food for a little while, our body will say, okay, fine, like it's okay, like the hunger goes away. It'll return again more intensely later. But our body has this really interesting principle where if it wants something, and unless there is an acute physiologic withdrawal, like if your glucose is crashing or something like that, hunger pangs won't go away. But when it comes to transient neuroscience wants, when your brain wants something, if you can ride out that urge, and this is what we call urge surfing in psychiatry, then things will actually be in your favor. So I know it sounds kind of weird because I said don't try to overcome the craving. And at the same time, eventually, once we do all of this other stuff, one thing to keep in mind is that you do actually want to try to ride it out instead of conquering it. And the last thing that we really want to focus on, especially with pornography addiction, which makes it a little bit different, is that we know that one of the largest risk factors to become addicted to pornography is a sense of meaninglessness in life. So this is where things are kind of paradoxical, but usually what I'll do with my patients is I won't...
That's what I was just fucking talking about, bro. I know things. I don't know how I know these things. I'm sure I watched the video at some point where someone said these things, and now I just remember them. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. This sense of what does it even mean? What does it even matter? You know, you go to work every single day of your life. You come home at 6 o'clock. There's nothing waiting for you at home. especially nowadays with the relationships being at an all-time low. So you're coming home to an empty apartment. You're going to be playing games for the next 4 to 5 hours, and then you're going to go to bed. Well, in that, you find yourself bored. You find yourself with no real meaning. And it's that lack of meaning that I think is creating the biggest amounts of issues for us in society, at least modern day society.
Work directly to conquer the addiction, and that's the bulk of the work that we'll do. We'll really try to develop a sense of purpose or meaning in life. And we're not quite sure what the neuroscientific mechanism behind this is. My theory is that when you have a purpose in life, when you have a sense of meaning, it makes the negativity worth it, right? So if I want to be...
Well, I mean, that's not just a theory. We can actually taste this. So if you go and talk to married men, and I'm not talking about the old school sort of how men used to be, or at least most of us have. I'll be honest, most men that I know in my life set a very bad example for what a man should be, right? Most of the men that I know in my life who are married, they work all day, right? So do a good 8 hours of work, get home, and then sit in front of the television all night just chilling. And these days you hear a lot of people going, well, he works hard to give you the life that you deserve. Let the man rest. All right. You'll hear that quite often, right? Where the man needs to. But when you look at men that actively take part in the raising of their family and in, their wife and then their kids, they tend to be happier and also more successful than the men who don't. I'm talking about men that work for 10 hours a day, come home, help their kids with homework, spend time with their wife, spend time with the kids, put the kids to bed, have all of these extra layers of responsibility placed on top of them, having a family. But when you talk to them and when we evaluate them, these are the happiest men in society. They're happy, they're fulfilled. Yes, they're working their asses off, and you think to yourself, well, where's their time to relax? Where's the relaxation time? And it seems, at least when you look at men like that, you don't really need that relaxation time. The time with your kids and the time with your wife, the time with your family takes the place of the relaxation time, and it becomes a thing that's necessary and needed, and you are happier for it. So I don't feel like it's a hypothesis. It seems to be quite obvious, at least just from all of the studies we have now showing that men who actively involve themselves in the raising of their families, men who actively involve themselves in their wives' lives as well as in their children's lives, are just on average happier than men who are not married, or men who, basically they're just married in name, which most of the men I know is basically just married in name.
Become a doctor, let's say, and I'm in medical school, studying every day, spending my 20s, while my friends are going on vacation and stuff, and I'm racking up debt here in the United States, all this stuff sucks for me, but I'm able to tolerate the negativity because there is a greater purpose. I'm sacrificing for the sake of something, right? This is what a lot of parents will do when it comes to their kids. It sucks to be a parent. It's not very pleasant, especially the first couple years. And we're okay with that because there's this greater purpose. So if you look at the sort of what purpose adds to your life, it's not just purpose. It is the ability to tolerate negativity. And this is where pornography addiction really comes in, because if we can't tolerate negativity, we will turn to pornography. So at the end of the day, what we really want to do is a little bit
Sorry about that.
unusual because we don't want to fight a battle and lose, because this will intensify our cravings and it'll lead to hopelessness.
Nice,
Instead,
Joshua.
what we want to do is set the field of battle. Really try to focus on things that make it easy to resist pornography. We want to shape the environment around us. And this is literally what we do in clinical addiction treatment, whether it is shaping your neuroscience, neurochemistry through medications like naltrexone, or it is shaping your environment by quitting your fraternity, joining Narcotics Anonymous, whatever. We really shape the environment, and this is where we use Sun Tzu's Art of War to set the battlefield so that you're set up to win. And then ultimately, what I tend to see when things go well is that as people start to rack up some wins, they feel hope. They feel power. They're able to resist. And thankfully, pornography is one of these things where it's not quite as intense of a slippery slope as some of these substance use disorders. So even in this process, people will oftentimes use while they are building up a life that is worth living. So I know it sounds bizarre, but I strongly encourage y'all to pay attention to your life and look at what happens when you try to resist a craving. Because if you resist and lose, chances are the next battle will be harder to win. Hey, Dr. K, how do I get my kid to put down the game without it being a fight every single time?
Well, boys,
the problem with gaming is
put
that
your
it tricks
dicks down,
our brain
put
into
it
being a
away,
substitute
go
for
outside and
life.
do something
Once
fun.
we start to get our
Enough of this
psychological needs
wanking
met
off the
through
whole
the
time.
game, that's when
Right?
we become addicted. How to Raise a
That's
Healthy
it.
Gamer combines the
That's
latest
the message
in
from this
neuroscience
stream.
research
Put
along
your
with
dicks
a
away.
decade of clinical practice. Check it out anywhere books are sold.
Silver Coppin, do it now. I don't want to hear any of this bullshit. Put your dick away, bro. Listen to Niara, the girl going, easy. It's not hard. I'll put my dick away. No problem. Definitely don't do it out there in public either. 6, there's some people that don't mind that too much, right? Barrels Crab, how you doing, bro? Echo, I was married for 10 years to a psycho who gave me 4 kids and no chance to relax. It created resentment and addictions. After I gave her the choice of get help or leave and we divorced, my addiction just rapidly disappeared. I sought it out a lot, but the strain was what released it. Now I have a new lady in my life. We share respect. And 6, porn. All that has faded off. Furthest, so just to be clear, what I'm talking about when I say men who involve themselves in their families and don't just come home and sit on the couch all day and fucking rot, right? I'm not talking about men. Obviously, there are bad men and bad women in this world, right? There are men that a woman will get married to that are just shit men. And the same for guys. You get married to a woman and she is just a piece of shit. She is obviously not going to make you happy, right? Because I think, personally, I think part of why this makes men happy is you work all day. Now you come home and you spend time with your family, right? You spend time with your wife. You put effort into your kids and into your wife. And that then gets returned to you tenfold, because that's one of the most amazing things that women do. Whatever we put into them, they will give back fucking tenfold. If it's a good woman, she will give the happiness that you supply to her back to you in droves, far more than you even supply to her. And that, I think, is what creates that fulfillment for a man, is when he's getting that. Now, I'm obviously not talking about the bad girl who will, or the bad woman who will literally just take whatever you give her and just hoard it for herself, right? Will give nothing back to you. That is obviously going to drain the living shit out of you. Because no one can just give and give and give. You need to get back in order to be able to give. Learned, I don't know what porn addiction is, because I thought it was just watching it to wank off, but it seems addicts don't stop after the wanking. Epic Thulu, I don't really know what it is either, but I have the same feeling as you in that. But it is, yeah. On the activities, so itch for hours? Holy shit. Imagine that. Hi, Akko. Sorry, out of subject, but what do you think of the spoiling culture of WoW and going on with the war within at the moment? I mean, I've already spoken about that at length, Barrels, but I'm not a fan. Obviously, I'm not a fan. I realize that a lot of people don't care, right? And a lot of people don't mind. But I would have preferred it if the story didn't get spoiled as often, and if the story didn't have, you know, like, if we kept things a little bit interesting in World of Warcraft and only discovered the story later on. So yeah, I mean, but I have many videos talking about spoilers in World of Warcraft and how I'm really not happy with how spoilers work and operate in World of Warcraft. So yeah, I stand by that. Then how could people min-max the game before release? Well, we're not even talking about dungeons. Is fine. Release the dungeons, release the class balance. Just leave the story out of it. So, you know, in that regard, does it even matter? Right? Like, no one's min-maxing the fucking story. Except for me. And for some lore addicts like myself who min-max the story. But I feel like we do that anyway, so it doesn't even matter. I hate WoW, but damn that outdoor playset, man. Wait, why do you hate WoW? Verdus, so, in Apocalypse Defense here, this is a problem that I think a lot of people have in World of Warcraft. Now, I'm not entirely sure if you're speaking in favor of it or against it, but it is true that it kind of gets tiring when even like a month before the game goes live, the best builds are already on Wowhead. The guides for how to play the game is already on Wowhead. You know, the best path to level is already on Wowhead. The base dungeons to do for your base gear is already on Wowhead. It's sort of like, well, the whole point of a video game is solving problems within the video game. That's why, for example, we're playing Fallout 76 these days. And every single stream, someone will pop into the stream and ask, what build are you going? Like, what build are you shooting for? And my literal, genuine answer is, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't know that there was a build that I was going for. I'm just playing for fun. So I have guns and I'm shooting the guns. Like, what more do you need from me? Because I'm just playing the game, right? I'm not going to go online and go look for the best gun in the game or the best build in the game. I couldn't give two shits. I just want to play. So I pick the perks that I like. I pick the perks that make sense to me, and that's it, right? Because it's fun. And the story is really cringe. Jack, that's fair. That is fair. Have an excellent weekend, everyone. Have to go. Joshua, thank you so much for hanging out, man. Really appreciate you. Take care. And these hardworking devs create a whole new testing arena for combat mechanics. How dare you? They are working too hard on creating new diverse characters. Do they need to create a new testing environment, though? Not worry about my build gimping me, but I also like actually playing and learning. But fuck them and max 0.2% shit. I don't mind guides existing. But I do not believe that they should exist a month before the expansion goes live. Because there is, I mean, fuck me. The game hasn't even gone live yet, and we already have the best builds in the game. But I'm expecting to see best builds for World of Warcraft War within the next month or two. And I mean, the game really hasn't gone live yet, right? Take care, Apocalypse. Have fun working out, man. I think industrial guides, like how Wowit and those YouTubers are doing it, is very damaging for the MMORPG. I agree with you. I agree. It's not even that it's... I mean, I can't say that it is damaging to the MMORPG because I don't actually know what the influence of those are on the RPG or on the MMORPG space, but I do know that it's no fun because if only it was the case that that these guides exist and some people are allowed to use it and some people aren't, you know, depending on the type of content that they want to do, that would literally be fine. The problem is, as we've seen more and more nowadays, even if you want to do normal, people will check your build to see if you have the quote-unquote correct build for the game. And it's like, bitch, you're doing normal. You could be half drunk, right? Or half awake in a drunken stupor and still do normal. No one gives a shit about your build in a normal, or at least shouldn't give a shit. But the problem is that a lot of these guides almost operate as if they're gospel. So you have to nail the guide, right? You have to be exactly like the guide. And if you're a little bit off from the guide, that's why I always said in my guides, I would always get flack from the Discord community, you know, the Warlock Discord, because my guides would be quote unquote wrong. But the reason my guides would be quote unquote wrong was because I didn't necessarily focus on the best build that you need to take, but rather the build that's going to be best for you. So in my beginner guides, for example, I would try to prioritize the talents that is best for a newbie, right? Because a new player isn't going to be able to keep up with all of the dots, isn't going to be able to handle even more dots on top of it. So it's almost always better to give them fewer dots to worry about so that they can actually just play the fucking game and sort of learn what the game is all about. But you can't do that, at least not in Modern WoW. This is why in 76 I don't do builds. I just figure out what guns I like or are the most fun and then focus perks on that. Make my own build. That's fun for me. Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same thing right now. I like the sniper rifle and I kind of like the automatic rifle, albeit ammo is a real bitch in this game. And I'm about to run through a lot of ammo with this gun. I quickly want to see something. Sneak Sniper is just full load equivalent of Skyrim Sneak Archer. Sneak doesn't work in this game. No one will ever be able to change my mind on that. Because I don't really know how Sneak works. You're sneaking and then suddenly you're not sneaking. So... Is there... Wait, how does this thing not have a... scoping options? Oh man, I was hoping there would be some scoping options, but all right. All right, so where are we headed? Find Crane's treasure. Let's go do that now, and then we can then we can finally start playing the main quest of the game. Don't have scopes, or you have to find the plants first? Bro, that's an MP5. Scoped MP5. It's like trying to snipe with a shotgun. I don't need a scope. I need sights. Right? But I'm assuming that it will be under the scope option. But what I was looking for is sights, because this sight is terrible. If you're aiming on something, you won't be able to see the thing. So it's kind of awkward as shit. So I would just like a red dot sight or any sight that isn't this sight. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is a problem. I'm not going to do spoiled fick, man. What the hell? I need food. Sites exist on most every gun in 76. Just got to find the plants for it. Well, I'm looking for the plants. We have battle. Oh, motherfucker. I hate this gun, by the way. This gun is not fun. Wait, did I kill this guy? I know there's a guy on the roof. I can hear the motherfucker.
I told you it was nothing.
All right. Man, you guys weren't kidding about the fucking bullets. You do actually use a lot of bullets for this shit. There you go. Fuck your rifle. Wait. What did I just get? I got some armor. A maple leg. In terms of weapons, did I get any good weapons? Holy crap. Wait, is this better than my sniper rifle? It's better than my sniper rifle.
No matter where you are, friends, you can always change course. It's never too late.
For now, take care, boykies. Six, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. Yeah, that gun is under the spray and pray category. Yep. I'm trying to figure out... am I gonna scrap this gun, or... would it be worth keeping this gun and maybe trying to get a scope on it instead? Nah, fuck it, scrap it. The crusty look and feel of pipe weapons? Nah, fuck that, bro. Pipe guns? No, always scrap. It's funny how some people like pipe guns and some people hate them. Dude, where the hell did that Scorcher go? They run off into the field. There it is. Where the hell is it going? Oh, it's chasing the deer. Hey, Zumimi, how you doing? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Check the train out. Which train? I cleared out this place already. Are they going to be back? Or does things not respawn in this game? Apparently they do respawn. Oh shit, Zoomimi with the sub. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. I'm back from the Kettlebell Gym Day. I gained +2 end and +1 strength this session. Nice, bro. As long as you had fun. What the hell is a wooden block IND? I don't know what that is, but alright. Fuck. Hey, Adziacus, thanks for the 6 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not hearing anything up here, am I? No. There is a... Wow, he's seen better days. Oh, well, I'll take that. Now, the question would be, is this mine going to be repopulated? But just take care of yourself, bro. Have fun at work. Doesn't look like it. Okay, these things are gonna waste all of my fucking bullets. I need a better gun than this. Which one do I go with? Let's go with this one. Just need to see better. Work that over. Time to head home. See you later, boys. The Vengeance, see you in a bit, bro. Take care of yourself. Wow. Missed every single fucking shot there. Can you believe it? Dude, does this gun one-shot things? Alright, I need to aim better. Where the hell did that go? I did not even see that thing. Oh shit, they're back. Boys, they're back. Hey, who else is shooting at me? Oh, there's a Bunch of people shooting at me. Ooh, that hurts. That tickles. Now, where are you? Oh my fuck. Bullets are gone. Oh. I know there's one more guy in here. Thing just called you a slut? How dare he? I am insulted. Dude, there was guaranteed one more zombie scorcher thing. Or did I actually kill him too? Oh, what a fucking bad time to... Oh, that was close. That was close. Alright, I guess there is no other scorcher here. Look what you've done. Pizza arrived. Oh shit. What pizza are you getting, Aragos? And if it's not pepperoni, what the fuck are you doing with your life, bro? Oh, can you guys remember what this code is? I know I have it somewhere. Hold up. Cage code 071990. Let's close this for the moment. Fuck it. Don't want to be surprised by bullshit. Right. Wait. Join in on your team leader's story and assist them in their adventure. I don't have a fucking team leader. What are you talking about? When did I join a team? I don't have a team. All right, I guess I do have a team. So I'm assuming there's going to be mad shit down here if they want me to be in a team for this crap. Okay. I don't know if this is like a dungeon, but it seems like a dungeon. Wait, so this is a dungeon? Motherfucker. I don't know if I want to do a dungeon. This is an ant? Holy crap. Alright. Appears I've stumbled into a fucking dungeon. And there's an ant the size of my foot. Actually, both my feet. That is ridiculous, man. Who wants to live in this world? Wait till you find the mole people. No, I'm cool. More of the fucking ants down there. Control room key. I'm assuming a telephone and a desk fan will be helpful at some point. There are ants the size of cars in Fallout universe? Fuck that. Wait till you fight your first death blow, a sentry bot? I'm immune to death blows. This is a motherfucker of a mole rat. What the fuck? Now, where am I supposed to go then? It's clearly not here. Control room key. Where the hell is the control room? Oh.
Unregistered access detected. Deploying countermeasures.
Oh my fuck. Is there a way to bypass this? There must be a way to bypass security measures, or does this game not play that way? Anyone have the ability to bypass a security measure? Well, I just took out the security measures, so now if something big shows up...
Error. More registration required. Please report to main office.
Better 76 stand up to 4. Silver Coppen, I have no idea. Where the hell am I going? Am I doing the right fucking quest here? It feels like I'm not. Right. Report to main office. Kanidra, how you doing? Oh. I think it crashed. Yep, it crashed. You can have more fun with mods with 4, I will say that. I maybe if I like this game enough, we'll try out Fallout 4. Aragos, I liked the Fallout show. I thought the Fallout show was good. It was just some fun, some good, clean Fallout fun. I thought the universe was really well presented. I liked it. I wish this game, Fallout 76, provided you a complete solo experience. That would have been super cool. Without having to pay, because I know you can pay for that Atomic One or whatever, and then you do get the ability to play solo. Fallout 4 has a good story and handles character interactions like Mass Effect. Oh, man. Where's this fucking scorcher? Can't believe we have to go through this whole place again. I literally heard something just now. Is pizza served with sauces where you're at? You can ask for sauces, but I feel like that's useless. Like, why would you ask for sauce on something that's already perfect? Aragos? Like, the only sauce pizza requires is tomato sauce. Everyone knows that. What pizza did I get most recently? Always the same, bro. Pepperoni and pineapple. From where? There's a place called Pizza Familia that have some of the best fucking pizzas I've ever had. So, about 2 weeks ago, I think I went there. Someone just fucking shot. I recommend NY sliced pepperoni. New York slice is also super good. I know of them. I used to order from New York slice back in Pretoria quite often. How can you not? Wow. Motherfuckers. Is that a franchise? Yes, it's called NY Slice. Someone say pizza. Oh my fuck! Is every single one of you gonna buy pizza now? Like, is that where we're headed now with this bullshit? Like, every single one of you just gonna have pizza? Might do tomorrow. Nah, if I'll have pizza, it'll be on Saturday. I can't. I can't have bullshit like that during the week. I want pizza for lunch now. Not shy to pizza twice in a row? No, I am. I won't have anything outside of my diet more than once a week. Oh, there's a guy down there. So I'm walking. Now he's not coming out. I was watching the video you and Pyro did. Did you guys mention the idea of Goraball was a reverse Moonblade? If it was to reunite the shattered halves of cosmic forces, why not the light and the void also? I don't think Sargeras cares about that. But I'm also... It's not about reuniting divided forces. It's specifically about reuniting the first one of the galaxy. Or I guess we should say the first ones of the galaxy. Why does VAT not work? Wait, how does VAT... Dude, how does VATS work, actually? Like, for some reason, it doesn't activate. Is your mouth roll? Is it though? So how many of you are gonna have pizza tonight then? Since that seems to be the main talking point of the stream now. Auto aim and critical booster. And yet it will not auto aim, Epic Thulu. At least not for me. Oh yeah, we might pizza 3 days in a row? Oh shit. No. Go for a clean sweep? We know Naru have a void site, so maybe the light and the void were ordered as well? Well, all of them were ordered. All of the cosmological forces were ordered. The only question that really matters is to what extent were they ordered? Man, where's those fuckers? Nice. Do you feel the same way? Well, the last time I tried, it wouldn't work. Alright, so now we can get in here. Which one do you guys think it is? Oh, that doesn't work. Did it say something about brackets or some shit that you can click if they're next to each other that will eliminate certain words, but I can't remember what that was. I have to wonder about the other world souls. It sounds like world souls are a sort of resource, like how a vampire might turn a human into a vampire for allies against werewolves. I have no idea about that, but I don't think world souls is an actual thing. So 0 likeness. So this, it can't be Hades, can't be Oasis. It can be Piper. Nope, it can't be Piper. So it can't be Scarf. It can be Beset, maybe? Can't be Beset because there's no E there. Brick? Can be Brick. Dude, how the fuck can it not be Brick? Then what is it? No, none of those things. D-Das, how you doing, bro? Yes, brackets and parentheses that close each other, eliminate duds, and possibly refresh attempts. Well, that did not work for me. So we have guides after scene. Spies offer. Smile, harem, slate, cover, wiser. These. What in the fuck? What the hell is this? Oh, I've just removed the dud. Nice. How many duds can you remove? Can you keep removing duds or? Oh fuck, that resets your tries? Nice. Okay. Likeness is 1. So now we have to guess. Maybe cover? Okay, so I think it is the E. It has to be the E. So we're looking for a word that has an E as the second last letter. Easy.
Pip-Boy detected. Registration complete. Countermeasures disabled. You may now present Pip-Boy at access point.
Thank you. Fucking ant.
Valid Pip-Boy detected. Access granted. Welcome, prospective Robco customer.
Is this the dungeon? Or is there a boss that I have to fight here as well at some point? There's gonna be a boss, isn't there? Like, what kind of dungeon doesn't have a fucking boss? Oh, what the fuck is that? Radiated ants. Not worrisome at all. Not sure exactly where you're at, to be honest. I just did a playthrough a month ago, but I didn't do all the side quests or the DLC. I am doing... As things currently stand, I'm doing... Oh, fuck me. I'm doing the final quest of the introduction quest line that you get from that lady, the one that owns the bar. Wait, these are guns. Give them to me. Did I just get an auto pistol? Yeah, apparently this is still the tutorial. Niska, how you doing? All right. This is one hell of a bomb shelter. So where the fuck is this treasure? Wait, this is his treasure? Coin slot, energy weapon, shotgun, rifle, pistol, unarmed, 200 melee weapon, 100 melee weapon. Now, which one do we go for? Rifle. I don't have food, I don't think. What kind of food do I have? No, I don't buy shit like that. You know me. Let's get the rifle. Fuck it. Insert the 30. Anti-armor short rifle. Right, so that's that. Did I know this is Fallout 76? I'm ready. Let's see. Is it one of those that... No, it has multiple shots. I like this. So, Fallout 76 doesn't allow you to just leave a dungeon. Never played this BS. To be fair, when I first played this, literally the day of launch, I hated it. But I'll be honest with you, it's not bad. Like, they fixed a lot of issues with this game. And they've actually made it a really good game now. What company in America makes? Pretty badass. Isn't this whole game like super American though? Like everything is just basically America first. I watched a video about the lore of Fallout. And it seems like most countries in Fallout's universe is faked. Like outside of America, no countries really survived. A question that I do have though, if the creatures on land is as big as they are here, how big are the creatures in the ocean, man? Like after all the radiation and shit, what did they build that is in the oceans? Yeah, motherfuckers, can you imagine a whale completely irradiated? Like, how insane must that thing be? The biggest improvement 76 had over 4 is they went back to the old style of conversation system. So I was with Fallout 3 and New Vegas, and finally went through 4. All right, let's get going. I can't in any way, shape, and form argue or even lend myself to the arguments of Fallout 4 versus Fallout 76. All I can say is I played Fallout 76 the day that it came out, and I hated everything about it. They made this decision somehow or for some reason that they were not going to have any NPCs in the game, which genuinely, I think if you paid me, I couldn't come up with a stupider idea. But that was their idea. And then also, to make matters considerably worse, within half an hour of playing the game, I was so sick that I needed to go lie down. Like, I remember ending the stream and just going, yep, can't keep going, guys. I have the biggest headache you'll ever you'll ever experience. So I sort of tapped out of that game quick time. But now it actually feels like a normal game, if I'm honest. Big theme of Fallout is how capitalism screwed the world. Yeah. I mean, I accept that because it's the premise of the game. But I would like to... I would love to push back on that. I could replace the NPCs with unskippable but missable loot items that play a recording. Oh wait, yep, that was a fun moment. If only they gave offline mode to the game, because once servers go down, the game is dead. Let's hope. I'm not holding my breath here, but maybe we're lucky. And if they ever do take the game, what the fuck is that? Oh my fuck, what the hell is that? Motherfucker, how is it that fast? Like, bro, this is unreal. Well, that gun is doing fuck all damage, but alright. Oh my fuck. What? Bro, stop shooting at me. Hey, the raider helped me. I genuinely thought it was another player shooting at me. I was like, bro, I'm not shooting back. Why are you shooting at me? Okay, but that monster was pretty big. Like, what is that even? Is that at NPCs in a DLC? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they fixed the game pretty well. Actually, quite a lot of players are playing it, and also quite a lot of players have returned to it. Apocalypse. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of people tweeting and talking about the... about Fallout 76 now. Junkin' on, how you doing, bro? Do we know if anyone in here got the game from my keys yesterday? No idea, bro. You'd have to ask them. The show would get the sheep in. Well, is it sheep behavior if it's actually good? And also, there's plenty of Fallouts for people to return to. They don't have to return to 4 or to 76. This has me thinking about trying it. I can't speak to how players will feel who love the universe, because I don't know shit about the universe. Wait, has this place been overrun by zombies? Or scorchers, whatever the fuck you guys call these things. Oh, I was supposed to come help the people here? A lot of Fallout's charm comes from NPCs and quests they give. I mean, I can't speak to that, but I will say playing a game and not having NPCs is, especially with an RPG, there is just no replacement for that. Because fundamentally, RPGs is about role-playing. But how can you role-play when there's literally no way of really immersing yourself into the game? And that's really what it felt like. Motherfucker. Why are we here, bro?
No longer.
Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, that's a nice pistol. Please tell me there's some kind of workbench around here. I need one of those again. Unique weapons, I remember collecting. This is the only thing I don't like about Fallout 76, and that's the other players. I would genuinely not mind if there were no other players in the game. And I know people are going to say, dude, then you have to go play Fallout 4. I'm not playing Fallout 4 right now. I like Fallout 76. I just wish there weren't other fucking players annoying me. It didn't have NPCs, did it? It has NPCs now. They added it. But when it first launched, they decided in Todd Howard's infinite fucking wisdom not to release with NPCs, and instead what you would get is these holotapes all over the place. So basically they were trying, I kind of think I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to sketch this idea of a world that's completely abandoned and you're the only person in the world. But that's not really how it went over. Starfield, here's a map. Just go explore with other random people in the world of nothing. Not gonna lie, Akalon, me and my crew of 6 would have stalked you while you did your quests, then either PvP or steal from your camp when you left. That was all we did in 3 months. Wait, people can steal from your fucking camp when you're not there? Wait, how do you stop people from stealing from your fucking camp, though? That's the neat part. You don't? Bro, but then... So all my shit can actually be stolen? Move high up in the mountains. Oh, but I haven't built a camp yet. I don't have a camp built. I just put the camp down when I need to do certain things and then immediately fucking pack it back up as soon as I'm done. Now, where the hell am I supposed to go? Where's the quest? Was that thing that made that noise? Man, you guys have no idea how good. Cooking stove. Let's go. Let's cook some shit. Hold your camp to the Deathglow Island? Fuck that. That does not seem like a good idea. Sounds like a fantastic idea. I think you're high as fuck right now, bro. Oh. Well, let's go. Roasted ants. How do I build this now? Did I DC from the server? No. I just fucking bugged. Okay, let's get some proper food in me. Fucking rats, bro. Just Game Pass? Yeah, I have the Game Pass. At least that's how I'm playing this. Alright, let's wreck this shit. Nice! Nice! Ooh. Lots more damage. Delete that thing. Which one is my super OP weapon? Bet you can get Game Pass 14 days for $1 if you use a new account. What the heck is going on with your graphics? I have no idea. I mean, the game is doing game things. Like, don't try to argue with it. I'm definitely missing a gun. I received, I don't know if you guys remember, but I got a special short rifle. And that seems to have fucked off out of my bags, like right out of my bags. I wasn't anywhere near my camp when I did that. I couldn't have. I mean, this is the first time that I'm scrapping since then, since I got the weapon. And I didn't scrap any of the weapons that I got. That's why I went to weapons to make sure. But for some reason, it seems like it's gone now. And I still don't fucking know. You know what? Where? Oh, I'm still not even fucking close. There's supposedly a supply cache in this here bitch. Explosive crate. Any quest? I am doing quests. I'm basically just doing the quests. I mean, I play mostly for story, so... Large toolbox. Alright. Do I actually care about this? I mean, I've been through this whole place. If it's not here, it's not here. Chase Day, am I right? Did you just finish Chase Day, or are you going to do Chase Day now? Just finished. How was it? I've been everywhere here. If it is here, I don't know where it is. When I seen the chatting in Fallout title, I had no idea you were playing Fallout. I just thought it was one of those titles like the Coal Mines. Oh no. I tend to give very little shits about the naming scheme of the streams, because I never know what to fucking call the streams. So I just, you know, go for whatever. Was that it? No. Whatever streams. Well, it's probably the most accurate name for it anyways. Raider Punk.
You move it. Face-to-face communication isn't my thing. It never was. All I want to do is get out of this place, get my radio set up somewhere, and talk about the world. How it is now. You get me?
Mm-hmm. already have podcasts. Yeah, this guy does seem to be a fucking streamer. He's decided streaming is the thing for him. Here we go. This is so it has been overrun. Fuck me. Shit. Dude, these are the guys that's meant to save the world and they can't even handle their own? Of course, spam will fucking survive the end of the world. Head south to the Black Sand area. You can go to the real coal mines. I don't think I'm ready for that. Isn't that like a high level area? I'm still a little newbie. I like the sniping in this game. Do Scorched eat anything other than, of course, Digit, how you doing, bro? Than human brains, of course. Like, do they have need of food? Or is it like zombies? They can survive a very, very, very long time? Without food? Don't know. There was something Fallout 76 came up with. Wait, so Scorch don't exist in any other... No! I whiffed that one hard, bro. Ow, ow. Gross. Forgot Bethesda. Can't shoot through slits. Could have sworn I heard something move here.
The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez out. This message will repeat.
Is it upstairs?
We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport base. I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring in the Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez out. This message will repeat.
Come on. Dude, the sound design in this game is super fucking scuffed. I hope the dolls will be good, because in ESO they are actually quite fun to explore, to discover. Wait, dolls are in ESO?
Way. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez out. This message will repeat. We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport base. I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry.
Is there anyone that I'm going to be able to save here?
Chavez out. This message will repeat.
All here. What?
Should I go for headshots only? Yes, I will.
Left.
Why is it telling me where it is? I feel like I'm quite literally surrounded by things.
Yeah. This.
Dude, what the fuck? See what I mean with the sound design? The sound is coming from here. There's nothing here. Can you still see through wall seams? Not sure. I would not be surprised though if you still can.
Too many heartaches and too many tears, crowded too much in just a few years. I want to go right, but I've lost my way, heading down the wrong highway.
Fuck me. Dude, how am I missing every fucking shot? Oh. Wait, they have a lot more health than I thought. Fuck me. Okay. Responder database. All the responders are dead. Seems very cool. Where the hell am I going? Still have like the bullet time scenes? Not that I know of. I haven't seen any bullet time shit. Hold up. Thank you, Apocalypse. I'll have to add that. I'll have to add that word to the ban list because it is fucking ridiculous. That thing still works, all right. Investigate the airport. Motherfucker. You son of a bitch. Yes, I'm at the airport. Not that I'm entirely sure if I'm even on the right trail. Oh, here we go. Oh, this responder got shot on.
But for me, there are moments where I miss where I came from, and the family and friends no longer with us. Be grateful for what's left.
This is sad, actually. The responders are supposed to be the ones saving the world, and they got screwed by the Scorched.
Not sure this is how I'd want to be remembered.
Oh, there we go. Fucking hell. Okay, Echo, calm down. Wait, how is that fucker shooting me through the chair? But did I take down the legendary one? Fucking wrecked his shit. Nice. on. Nice. Fuck, I'm gonna wreck this shit. Oh, bro. You have no idea. A nicely placed headshot can really get things going for a man. Mutant Slayer pipe pistol.
Chavez out. This message will repeat.
Please tell me some of the responders made it out.
We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport base. I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can.
CCS, 41 months part of the generation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind, sir.
Chavez out. This message will repeat.
Why, what the fuck is this guy? He's just sleeping here? Wow. Wow.
We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport base. I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them.
Overseer's log, Morgantown.
Chavez out. This message will repeat.
I used to love coming here on weekends, taking flight lessons. Now it feels like I walked into a nightmare. Those scorched things are everywhere. I kept quiet. They didn't see me. I managed to observe them for a bit. Whatever this disease is, it seems to completely take over its host. The ones that used to be human, eventually they go rigid, like some kind of stasis. And if they stay like that for too long, they sort of burn up from the inside out. Vesuvius in reverse. I wondered what could possibly cause all this. And then I got my answer. It swooped down from the sky, screeching, breathing, infecting everything.
Wait, it's an infection?
I don't know how to fight this. But we need to consider all our options. Even the nukes. We find the source of this scorched plague and wipe it from the map before it can leave Appalachia. But first things first, we can't let the disease spread to us. Looks like the responders were developing some kind of inoculation. I'm going to pick up their work. You should too. This is the Overseer. Signing off.
All right.
Message will repeat.
That's cool. Raider chest piece. Take that.
We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport base. I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez out. This message will repeat. We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport base. I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown
That's
Airport
the mod.
right away.
Maybe don't
Bring
destroy
any
the
weapons
mods.
you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them.
Oh, here we go. This is a snipper
Please
rifle.
hurry. There's not much time.
Another
Chavez
snipper
out.
rifle.
This message will repeat.
I have a thing for blonde ladies with an eye patch.
All hands at the Morgantown
You need
Airport.
fucking help, CCS is what you need.
Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much
Another visitor to the Responders' graveyard. You must be pretty good to have gotten past all those mutants out there. Come to pay your respects to the fallen?
I don't really give a damn about the responders. Who are you?
Name's Dontrell. Dontrell Haynes. I got a brother around here, somewhere. Or maybe somewhere else. All I know, he was one of these responders. Came to check on him. Was a few years too late, looks like. Now, I'm just marking time while the cancer eats me up from inside. In the end, none of us can escape our fate. We'll all be food for the worms.
Caesar, what do you mean doesn't remember Steph? Steph who? In what game?
That's just the kind of thing Marcus would say. Me, I just looked out for myself. Now I'm still alive. He's long gone. Did his life count for something? I don't really know. He and the other responders saved a lot of folks, but they all died eventually. Now they all dust and memories. Even those will fade in time. Anyway, guess you listened to me ramble on long enough by now. What can this old man do for you?
Wait, you like her? I did not like her. She's weird as shit. I'm deeply sorry, both you and your brother. Is there anything I can do? She's a 7 normally, but a 9 with the eye patch. What the fuck? Seriously? I mean, alright. We can do luck or we can do intelligence. What do we get when we do luck?
We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport base. I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much
Come on,
time.
do luck.
Chavez out. This message will repeat.
Your pipe weapons, melee weapons, right away removes 30% more radiation. Gain +1 hacking skill and terminal lockout time is reduced.
Responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them.
And charisma.
Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez out. This message will repeat.
Endurance. All drinks quench first.
We need all hands.
Your chance to catch a disease from food is reduced. You take 30% less radiation from eating or drinking.
Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them.
From the environment. All food satisfy hunger by an additional 25%. Drinking any liquid has a 30% reduced chance of cause disease. The secret lair, full that back. Well, doomed. And how was it?
We need all I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez out. This message will repeat.
All right. Finally, we can do some endurance. You take no radiation from eating or drinking. Yes, bitch! Finally, something good.
Scorched are coming, and there's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez out. This message will repeat. We need all hands at the Morgantown Airport
Okay, now I have to learn about
Right away.
inoculation.
Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming. There's a lot of them. Please hurry. There's not much time.
I've not received it yet. They ship soon though. They look fantastic. Wait, so what? Wait, what? It's like an actual collector's edition item of some sort.
They remind me of good times, of people I care about, things that really matter.
Where the fuck is this?
Hope.
Is it downstairs? It's outside, actually. I have to get out. The story is crazy. Hasbro is like the corporate mob.
I've fixed some things up.
Echo, hope you're having a good day. Do you think the new Warhammer show will be good, or do you think it will be infested with virtue signaling? I don't know. And I don't mean to be like it's gonna very largely depend on Henry Cavill, obviously, in this scenario, and how Henry Cavill wants to approach this. We know he loves the universe and won't let the universe just go to shit. But then also at the same time, it would all depend on what Games Workshop wants to do. Because, I mean, Games Workshop may have their own plans and they may be forcing him to do certain things. But someone told... some people seem to think that their latest move had nothing to do with politics. And it's just something that they've always wanted to do. And this was their opportunity to do it. I'm not sure I believe it, but, you know. It's at least what some people seem to believe.
All responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can. The Scorched are coming.
There we go. There, Hasbro, owner of NTG, have sent the literal Pinkerton crew with guns to someone's house who received NTG cards 2 weeks prior to the release on accident. Wait. Fuck me, really? Stone, how you doing, bro? Okay, so what am I doing? As I've stated, my issue is in no way, shape, or form the famous toadies. I couldn't give two shits. You want to have female custodies, go for it. The issue that I had from the beginning is just the way in which it was handled. And I'm not even talking about the fact that they just retconned the shit out of it, right? Like, that's one thing. The thing that really pissed me off is blocking and banning people. Or blocking people on Twitter that just sort of brought up that, hey, this wasn't always in the lore. What are you talking about? From my perspective there, if you really care about your players and you really care about this move, you won't just block people, right? You would actually go, all right, guys, listen here. We understand that this is a change in the lore. We're working on a new book. We're working on a short story. We're working on something that's going to explain all of this, right? So don't worry, guys. We do have an explanation coming for it, but we wanted the minis ready for the time that the book or the whatever comes out so that you can get the minis once we're done with it, right? So you explain something to make the audience at least know that, or have the audience at least know that, yes, we do have a plan for this. Don't worry. We're not just, you know, willy-nilly making changes as we see fit. That is what I would have expected from this. And if they did that, cool, you know? It's not as if there's a shortage in the Warhammer 40k universe of people that could make female custodians a thing. You have Balisarius Call that could do it. You have the other guy on the Chaos side. What's his name? Oh, man. The Balisarius Call of Chaos. What's his name? He could do this as well, right? And Balisarius Call could have gotten the information or gotten the stuff from Bile. There we go. Fabius Bile. So there's like a crap ton of people. Or there's, I mean, it could even be an SDC. Discovering an SDC that gives them the technology back from the dark age of technology that now allows them to make female custodians. So there's like a crap ton of stuff that you could do in order to make this make sense. Banning your players for simply going, listen here, this is clearly not something that has always been there, is, in my opinion, unacceptable. It is unacceptable that you would do that. YouTuber just dropped a new video about that guy with some news. The Fabius Bile stuff. Then old woke story. Watch what Luton said about the whole thing. I watched some of Luton's video. I didn't finish the video. I had to live stream, so... So I'm supposed to get some kind of special inoculation shit here. Where am I supposed to get the inoculation shit? How big is this area? Motherfuck. That's not what I want. This is the one I want. Make this the only one. Luton's on the fence. I think Luton made the... From what I've heard, Luton made the exact same points that I did. Obviously, Luton isn't quite as blunt as I am. But Luton's points were exactly the same as mine, which is... It's not in the lore. And in order to shoehorn it into the lore, you're going to have to do some work. Now, where did that fucker run to? Have these guys, like the responders, have they not heard of turrets and things? Like, maybe some ways to protect themselves against this bullshit. There's no war in busing, it's a kind of thing. There have always been female custodians is an extremely poor statement to say on Games Workshop. Miku, absolutely agree, and that's my only problem. Like, that is not the way you deal with stuff like this. All their turrets and set destroyed, I think. Yeah, but then they need to get better turrets. Well, the problem with how they handled it, right, is you end up creating... Now, I get exactly why they handled this, because they're weak and they're childish, right? So this is their perfect opportunity to virtue signal to all of the lefties. You know, look at how woke we are. We're telling all of these far-right extremists to shut the fuck up, right? By blocking them and being assholes, which is interesting considering the fact that most of the people that were very upset about this aren't far-right extremists, right? So, you know, you have that little problem that I guess they'll maybe figure out at some point. Man, I desperately need some fucking water. There we go. You know, it's not far-right extremists. The overwhelming majority of people that got angry about this, funnily enough, were women, right? But it was the misogynists, according to them, that got angry.
I repeat, all responders report to Morgantown Airport right away. Bring any weapons you can.
And yet,
Reports are coming, and they're
I saw so many women that
Please hurry. There's not much time. Chavez,
literally thought that this thing was super fucking stupid. So if you could just, if you were Games Workshop, and you could just remove your own politics from your own ass for 2 seconds, yeah?
we need all
What you would realize is, if you handled this correctly, this would not even be a fucking issue. No one would care. Because fundamentally, dude, never mind. I should probably not. I wish I had the resources to do a gamer-wide research study on the amount of gamers that are actually misogynists. You would be fucking surprised to realize that the overwhelming majority of gamers are not, as it were, misogynistic. They don't even give a fuck. They're just playing their video games, having fun, and they don't care. More people playing video games is better. I mean, I'm sort of the opinion that gamers are some of the most accepting people. Now, does that mean that you have no assholes in the gaming industry? No, of course not. It's human. Humans are gonna have assholes. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do about that? There's also, if your hope is to end up with no assholes whatsoever, ever, then, well, you need to swap fucking species. You're in the wrong species. Because assholes will exist. The question is, are there more assholes than normal people or fewer assholes than normal people? And to my mind, I think there's fewer. On that topic, stealth sniper bolt in 76, very entertaining. Blow off boss's head. Mobs all just look around like, I guess that's nothing. Oh shit. Well, I'm trying to go. I don't know if I'm trying to go stealth bolt, but I am trying to go some kind of bolt. We're fine to be different species. It's fun for us. Why would we have a problem with sexual race? Well, if you have a political bent, then it makes sense, right? You have to invent the problems if they don't actually exist. And I mean, I see it. You get these girls on Twitter that will say, you know, just played a Valorant match and got told to go essay myself or R myself, right? And it's like, all right, I get that. I get that. And that is disgusting and that should not happen. Absolutely 100% with you. But how many people do you play with that don't do that? Because I get you. I believe you. You were in a game and some of those gamers told you to go essay yourself, told you to go grape yourself. I get it, right? I fully believe you. But how many gamers that you played games with didn't do that? And the answer almost always will be most didn't do that. In fact, out of the 50 games that I did, it happened in one of these games, or maybe two of these games. Okay, so that means that maybe 1% of video gamers are kind of sucky individuals that do sucky things. Well, we can't change that. That is just human nature. When you have millions of people doing the same thing, some of them are gonna be assholes. What do you want us to do about that? That's just what humans do. And if you're wanting to create an environment where that never happens, as I said, go find another species, because it will not happen in the human species. Why I have dogs, and I think they're well aware of what they're doing. Of course, Lazo, but Warhammer 40k isn't actually a male-dominated universe. I mean, it's about as much male-dominated as gaming is, which means yes, it's going to be male-dominated because most gamers are male. But if you look, there are thousands of women that play Warhammer 40k. And what's more interesting to me, and why I think this is really the biggest problem, what you've done, right, is your game existed. I need paint for this, because paint's going to be easier to explain this with. Alright, so here is why this is a very big deal. Okay, so we'll do this, and then we'll say do this. It's a OG Warhammer, right? So this is OG Warhammer. OG Warhammer. Now, OG Warhammer had a bunch of things in it, right? And it was set up in such a way that there were only male custodies. So, for example, in OG Warhammer, we had male custodies. We had male Space Marines. We had Sisters of Battle, which were female. We had the Silent Sisters, who were female. And we had the Guardsmen, who were either, right? So they could be either. I know there's many others, but let's just say this is OG Warhammer. Okay, now, in OG Warhammer, you had both... both male and female players that started to play the game, right? They started playing Warhammer 40k because they loved it. They loved everything about the universe. They loved the books. They loved the planets, the war between all of the different alien races and the Imperium of Man. It was a great universe because they really enjoyed it. That's why they started playing it. It kind of makes sense, right? Why else would women start to play Warhammer 40k? If Warhammer 40k was this absolute psycho-sexist, male-dominated space, why would women start to play the game? Why would women start to care about Warhammer 40k? Because it's this hyper-sexual, sexist, misogynistic male space. So why are there women that's playing it? So now the answer from Games Workshop is take what's worked for us, right, up until now, because obviously we had women that started playing the game. Take what's worked for us, and instead, we're going to make new Warhammer. And in new Warhammer, we're going to make Custodes, male or female. We're probably going to do Space Marines at some point. Male or female. We're probably going to keep the Sisters of Battle the way that they are. Right? Sisters of Battle and the Silent Sisters, we're going to keep the same. Because, you know, why would we do that? And the Guardsmen will probably remain the same. Now, my question here is, for who is this? Who are you making these changes for? Because men and women were already playing your game. So you're going to end up, at best, with, again, males and females playing your game, right? At best, if you're lucky. Or, secret third option, bankruptcy, right? Because the players that loved the original Warhammer 40k loved the original Warhammer 40k because of the lore, because of the world, because of what the world represented. You said, fuck that. That was a sexist, misogynistic world. We want to make a new, inclusive world for all of our players that already loved the old world and really enjoyed the old world for all of the reasons why they joined the old world in the first place. If there is a game or a world out there, I'll give you guys a great example of this. Barbie. Barbie as a world, as a fantasy setting, is not made for me. I am a man. I am not a small little girl. Therefore, I do not play with Barbies, nor did I ever play with Barbies. I have no interest in being part of the Barbie universe. That is why I will never push for changes within the Barbie universe, because I could not care less about the Barbie universe. It has nothing to do with me. So why then would people get into Warhammer 40k if it is all of these things that they absolutely despise and hate? It's misogynistic, it's sexist, it's racist, it's bigoted, it's filled with a bunch of bigots and assholes that's playing the game. It doesn't make logical sense that someone like that, someone that believes the universe is that, they wouldn't start playing this universe. So this makes me think that whoever asked for this change weren't a fan to begin with. The people who asked for this change were political activists. And they're not people that actually play the game. They're not people that actually give a shit about Warhammer 40k. They are people fundamentally that have political agendas. They look at worlds, fantasies, basically anything that men enjoy. They look at those things and they say, no, we need to make these things woke. Now, how do we know that that is happening? Because it happens all the time. And then these universes, like... Dude, we have games that come out, right, that cater to the most bonkers left-wing people out there. And then they make no money. No one buys these fucking games. You have movies that come out, right? And these are the most woke, far-left movies. They cater to everything the far-left activists want. And then these movies lose money at the box office. Captain Marvel, not Captain Marvel, The Marvels. The Marvels is the most progressive and the most left-wing thinking movie that Marvel has ever done. It failed in its entirety at the box office. So where are all these people, all these fans of the MCU that demanded that the MCU become more inclusive? Where are they? Why are they not watching these movies? Because, I mean, they are enough, and there is enough of these voices that MCU changed the story, changed the movies, changed everything they're doing, right, in order to cater to these hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that want the MCU universe or the MCU to be more progressive. So then why aren't they going to watch the films? If that truly is what people want, you would expect these movies to absolutely sell the fuck out. They should be making millions upon... Well, they should be making almost $1 billion. If you're talking about the MCU, they should be making $1 billion, right, at the box office. Yet they are not. Star Wars, same thing. Star Wars was way too misogynistic, way too sexist, way too problematic, and so the new Star Wars is forward-thinking, it's progressive, it's including all of the right people in all the right positions. Most white men are completely replaced in the story or made to be sort of useless in the story. All right, great, here we go, right? This is what the community and the players have asked for. This is what fans of Star Wars have wanted to see. Well, then why are the new Star Wars films not selling out theaters? Why are they consistently performing worse than the originals? Now, granted, there's a couple of really good ones, and I said this is sort of confusing to me because you get things like Andor, but then you also get some of the new Star Wars films, right? You get Rogue One, but then you get the other new Star Wars films. You're like, dude, clearly you guys still understand how to make good shows. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why are you only able to do this every once in a while? So to me, if you are a company and you are thinking about doing the Warhammer thing, keep in mind that the people that want these changes are not fans of your show. They are political activists. They could quite genuinely not give a shit about your universe. Your universe does not bother them. It does not exist to them. They don't care. Not really, Obi-Wan, because most of these companies make their games based on market research. And market research means that most of the feedback that you're going to get will be from people online, and specifically people on Twitter. Market research companies spend most of their time scrubbing Twitter for any and all information that they can get in order to make these things. And if you go to Twitter, it is a hellscape with far left-wing political activists. And so if you're a data research company that does market research for the next Star Wars film or market research for the next Warhammer, what you come up with is, hey guys, of all of our research, 90% of people that we actually collected data on are people that vote Democrat, or not even these days, the left won't even vote Democrat. The far leftists believe the Democrats are too far to the fucking right. Right? So of course, that's a whole new problem for the Democrats to deal with, but never mind that. So you're coming up with the data. The problem is the data is wrong. Because the people that you are collecting this data from come from a very left-wing dominated space. Online is where most, here's the problem. Because, and this really is a self-created problem, so we shouldn't even be sad for these guys. Because the internet for so long vilified any and all conservative voices. If you were conservative, you had to keep quiet or else you would get banned. You created this world where all of the places where you collect your data, the people that do have conservative voices do not speak out of fear of being cancelled, out of fear of being, attacked. They won't speak. So what you get on your data points and on your data returns is, well, most people are left-wing. When in reality, that's not true. I think most people are in the middle. Chris Rock has this skit, really good skit, where he asks, are you Democrat or Republican? And he says, what's the issue? And that is how it should be. Right? Are you left or right wing? Should always be followed with, well, what are we talking about? What's the issue? So if you were to ask me, are you left or right wing? I would have to say, well, okay, if we're talking politics, if we're talking economics, I'm probably more to the right. If we're talking social issues, I'm quite to the left. I couldn't give two shits what people do with their private lives. It's private lives for a reason, right? Do whatever makes you happy. But it does depend on the issue, because there's things on the left that I do not agree with fundamentally. There's things on the right that I do not agree with fundamentally. So at its core, the issue, or at its core, I believe that most people are like me. I think most people don't have one political party that they support in everything, but instead have like a basket of issues that they care about. And on these issues, they will support different stances and different perspectives, depending on, of course. So we're looking for that game. Mike, how you doing, bro? Just call me a liberal, and liberals call me a conservative. Well, technically speaking, these days, if you're not... So, what you need to remember about being conservative... All conservative only means that you are trying to conserve...
Attention all responders. This is a top priority message. Radar has spotted an inbound cargo bot. We've got to secure the landing zone so we can make the drop. We need those supplies, but the cargo
What am I
bot's going to
doing?
attract attention, so get ready for a fight.
Oh, I'm fighting. Okay. Wait. Motherfucker. I need a better gun. This will have to do. Why am I walking slowly? Alright, so what now? Did I win? I'm not even entirely fucking sure what I'm doing. Scorched are approaching. There we go. Whoa! Dude, there's a ton of them. Fuck me. Did you guys realize there's this many of them? Alright, now who... Right in the fucking hip. Now, where the fuck... Okay, I see you there. Wait, you motherfucker. Oh, there's another one. Now, where's the Scourge here? More Scourge approaching. Oh. Holy shit. Oh, crap. Fuck me, whiffed it. Motherfucker. Never mind, she's got it. Is the game playable now? I heard it was horrible when it came out. It was very bad when it came out. But yeah, it's pretty good now. How did I not hit that? Wait, is bullet travel time a thing? No, it doesn't seem like there's bullet drop in the game. Oh, fuck me. It's good, but Amber King is better. Who the hell is Amber King? Now, one more wave. Oh shit, how did I miss?
Attention responders. Cargo bot is now on final approach. Eyes to the sky, people.
Alright. Man, I've got a lot of fucking bullets and shit hanging about. If this isn't worth it, I'm gonna be super pissed, man. Want the drop just there we go. I see the drop. Drop it, you asshole. Nice. Nice. Oh shit, level. Nice. Alright, what were we... I seem to remember we were discussing something, but I can't fucking remember what. Oh, yeah. The difference between a conservative and a liberal is that a conservative tries to conserve that which made society work in the first place, right? A liberal is someone that is trying to move society forward. So, interestingly enough, if there are things in this society that you believe is actually really good, right, and actually really works, and should probably not be fucked with, then congratulations, you are actually a conservative, at least on those issues, right? If you are, like, for example, most people will look at society and go, you know what, there's some things that aren't actually too bad, right? There's some things that are actually perfectly fine, and we should probably try to conserve these things, because that's what conservatism comes from, the word conserve, in order to preserve, effectively, right? And then other things you might be going, well, maybe we don't need those things. Right? Maybe these things are perfectly fine and we don't need to fuck with this. Whereas other things we look at and we go, yeah, fuck it. We may change these things. They're not that important, right? So, technically speaking, most normal human beings will be a mixture of conservative and liberal, in the truest sense of the word. Now, of course, conservatism has become something completely different. Conservatism is the belief in certain set things that must at all times be true, but that is not what actual conservatism is about, right? That's not where actual conservatism comes from. So take myself, for example, yeah? If you talk to most conservatives, they will argue that, at least here in South Africa, if you speak to most conservatives, they will argue that Christianity needs to be part of the government, and the government must at all times be Christian. So South Africans don't really have that separation of church and state that the US sort of adheres to. But then again, if you listen to a lot of right-wing people or conservatives in America, they kind of want the government to be Christian as well, right? Me, a Christian, I believe in God. I am a very devout Christian. I absolutely cannot imagine living in a country where the government is religious in any way, shape, or form. Because I believe that it leads to incredible corruption, and I can actually explain it to anyone that might be Christian in chat that thinks, well, would it be a problem if, you know, the government was Christian? Well, just look at the number of denominations there are of Christians. The number of different Christian sects that exist within this world. What happens when your government, right? Remember, because you're not just opening the door to a Christian government, you're opening the door to a religious government. So what happens if this government holds certain values that you do not agree with? Well, you can't stop it now. You've sort of said that the government should be Christian, or the government should at least be religious. What happens if a Muslim government comes into power? You can't close the door on this. You've said that the government should be religious. So from my perspective, even as a Christian who tries to live morally as a Christian, do not believe that the government has any business being religious. Any business. I believe the government should do as little as fucking possible, but definitely nothing to do with religion. Just absolutely zero. A country should not have a national religion. A country should not have demands placed upon them from a religious standpoint, because religion, at least true faith in God, is a personal choice, right? You decide whether or not you want to be Christian. You decide whether or not you want a relationship with God. No one is allowed to force you to live by the rules of my faith or any other faith if you do not choose to do so. So, on that, I would probably, in South Africa at least, be considered a progressive. If you spoke to most South Africans, they would tell you, yeah, Akelon's a fucking progressive. Conservative South Africans, that is. Because they want a government that is Christian. And I don't. I think that's just absolutely, completely wrong, and it should absolutely never be the case. But that's the point, right? Is most people aren't just one thing or another. Enough, woke enough, conservative enough, or enough when beliefs become governments. True. National religion does feel like it would help people see eye to eye more. I think that's a huge problem in today's world. Is anyone can just think, or, well, even if you say that the government should be Christian and everyone, Christianity is the national religion, okay? Which Christianity are you talking about? Because I, for example, on many things disagree with the Happy Clappies. I don't know if you guys know who the Happy Clappies are, but these are the people that sing and dance on Sundays in church and fly flags and sort of touch each other. The mega churches, I completely disagree with them. I believe that they're completely wrong in their interpretations of what God is, of what the Bible is, what the faith is. Let's say the militaristic Christians. You guys know the sort, right? The guys on Twitter that attack literally anyone that doesn't adhere absolutely to their version of what a good person should look like. I fundamentally disagree with those people, because one of the fundamental core tenets of the Bible is thou shalt not judge. Because if you do judge, you are judging from a place of sin. You have no way of judging because you are not perfect. You are not objectively rational and perfect, and you are not righteous, therefore you cannot judge. And yet you have Christians that believe fundamentally they have the right to cast judgment on others, but then they cast judgment and say, I'm not judging you, I'm judging your sin. And it's like, no, but actually you are just judging the person. I think you don't have the ability to judge the sin, because you don't even understand that you have the same amount of fucking sins. Because you don't understand what a sin is, and you don't understand how many things are actually sins. And you also don't understand how grace works, and how God works, and how mercy works. So you should just shut the fuck up. You should not be speaking at all, right? I disagree with them fundamentally on a bunch of things. So even if you were to say that there should be a national religion because it's going to help with cohesiveness, I don't necessarily agree that it will help with cohesiveness, because you're just going to end up with more fights among the different sects about what is the correct way to believe, or what is the correct way to order society. Government, at its core, is a corrupt vehicle, because it is headed by people, and people are corrupt at their core. Religion being tied to that is a corrupt, or you're tying something that's supposed to be pure to something that is absolutely corrupt, which means the government will corrupt the religion. So, for example, someone said earlier in chat, during the medieval period, the faith really forced itself upon a bunch of people, well, there's a reason for it. The faith became government. The faith wasn't just the faith anymore. Kings were not kings because, well, they were kings. Kings were kings and believed to be kings because they believed themselves to be anointed by God, which suddenly meant that everything they did was sanctioned by God. So faith was no longer faith. It was no longer about the personal relationship between you and Christ. It became a government. It became an actual political vehicle. And once you have that, it's very easy for people to use this political vehicle in order to justify some pretty fucked up things. Right? And that's the problem. It's not religion. If you read the Bible, everything about Jesus' message in the Bible, everything about the prophets that precede Jesus, right, speaks about the personal relationship that you have to have with God, the personal relationship that you have to have with Jesus. At no point there is that relationship forced. It cannot be forced, because if it's forced, it's not real. And there's no interest in not having a real relationship. So, yeah, I don't see how you could do a national religion without it becoming ridiculously corrupt. Mike, that's just not true. The only people that would say that are people that don't understand. If you understood how the original Bible... So first and foremost, we have the original scriptures of the Bible. And also a lot of people look at the Bible and do not understand what the Bible actually is. The Bible wasn't written by a single human being. In fact, the Bible was written over the course of 1,500 years by 40 different authors. And when the church, and at this point the Roman Catholic Church was not nearly as corrupt as it is today, when they originally sat down to compile the Bible, they used, and we know this because we have the original documents of what was required in order for a book to make it into the Bible, they used the scientific method. They looked at any book that would make it into the Bible, and they said, right, what can we find that corroborates what is being said in this book? So if a book said something, but they couldn't find any other pieces of evidence that supported what that book said, the book didn't make it into the Bible. That's why you have 5 or 6 books that aren't in the Bible, but they're still sold as in Afrikaans we call it the apocryphe boeke. They're not considered to be part of the Bible because the only thing that ever states this is this one piece of a writing that states it. They can't find anything else that corroborates it. But over 1,500 year period, 40 different people writing from completely different parts in the world during completely different times in the world, most of them not even necessarily aware of each other, all come together and tell the same message. 68 times the prophets of the past prophesize about the coming of Jesus and Jesus dying on the cross. And these are prophets that had nothing to do with each other. They lived in completely different periods, completely different times, completely different areas of the world. So they didn't even know that the others were writing it because printing presses and shit wasn't invented yet. So the Bible has a pretty... we know what the original Bible said. The problem with the Bible, and the only problem with the Bible, is translation. Because most of these ancient texts are written in a language that is now mostly dead. Right? So we do sometimes have problems with translations. But we're also, generally speaking, well aware enough of where those problems lie within the translations. So we know which parts of the Bible we are somewhat correct on, but we're not fully correct on. Dude, why the hell are there new things here? supposedly they all tried to protect and preserve the stories they had, and then when put it together, they had the whole church group study it. Dude, it was actually quite massive. It's very interesting when you actually watch how the Bible was put together. It's ridiculous the amount of research and shit that went into it. Because obviously they were, at the time, they were genuinely trying to put together what they considered to be the Word of God. Why do these helmets not give me any, like, actual stats? Now, am I going to be able to get it right here, or is this going to be one of those travel to a far-off land? Guys, we've got some exciting news to share. As you all know, Dr. Hudson has been continuing her research in the lab at AVR Medical, while she just reported in to let us know that she's made a significant breakthrough, and it looks like an inoculation against the Scourge Plague could soon become a reality. Let's keep our fingers crossed and make sure to do everything we can to help Claire complete her work. Our very survival depends on it. It feels like we won't be able to do this. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like we won't be able to do this. I'll just go back to what I've always said. I have no desire to convert you. To Christianity. Of course, I support it, and it is amazing when that does happen, but your journey is wholly and completely your own. It has nothing to do with me. So if someone wants to talk to me about religion, I'm always happy to have the conversation. But I'm not one to force that religion down anyone's throat, because I think fundamentally what you do when you try to do that is you just chase people away from the faith. You don't actually... No one that I know of, including myself, ever converted because someone told them that they're going to hell. I was told many times, just last year still, that you're going to hell, and that didn't do much in terms of convincing. Shadius, no, I don't believe I have. Really would seem like magic. God, unexplained wonders of the world. It's a much larger conversation, one that I will one day have, maybe, if, you know, when there's enough people that want to have that conversation. But I can tell you that what convinced me of God, because I was an atheist, as long ago as a year ago, right? I was an atheist. And what convinced me of God was not some magical thinking, some magical moment where I heard, you know, I heard whispers in the wind, and I heard chains going, and that sort of convinced me, oh shit. But there was no wind in the air, so clearly that was God. It was science. It was reality. It was looking at the world and finally realizing who God was that convinced me of God. A lot of people don't know who he is and then judge him based on their own idea of what he is. But that's a conversation for another day. No, I don't do drugs. And not even when I was atheist did I do drugs, so no chance of that. I need... Oh. I'm under attack. Oh, shit. Wait, what the fuck? Some Mountie bullshit going on here. You can view your mutations effects, but wait, I'm mutated? What? How the fuck did that happen? Well, I did take rat away, so I should technically not have any mutations left. No? How do I see? The hell is this? Is this my mutation? Or is this some special thing that I have? So I now have a good mutation at least. Stone, I used to, but this was years ago. Years ago. I was much younger then. You can't get rid of if you find the con outweighs the pro. What's the what's the con of Speed Demon though? Is it that your thirst and your hunger drains faster? Oh wait, I can level up. Now what do I fucking level? Gun bashing? No. The weight of all your junk items is reduced by 25%. Man, I would love this. What weighs more? Junk or Kames? I made a decision. I went with junk. Oh shit. I need more strength cards. things like dumbbells for steel, whatever other trash you need to craft. Alcove, how you doing, bro? The game's super fun, man. At least I'm having fun with it. Oh, shit. I'm no longer encumbered. That is good news. But yeah, Alcove, it's at least for me, it's been pretty good. Whoa, what the fuck? But you also have to remember I'm not a Fallout player in general, so maybe I have a different opinion on this. And maybe true Fallout players will be like, dude, this game sucks dick. What are you talking about? Once I finish other games, what games are you currently playing, Cammy? You're playing Stellar Blade on launch? Does Stellar Blade come to PC? I don't know if I'll play Fallout 1 and 2. Isn't Fallout 1 and 2 just super, super, super old? When it launched? Yeah, I hated it when it launched as well. But they fixed a lot of things since launch, bro. A lot of things since launch. 2D gaming. Yeah, I don't know if I would be able to do 2D gaming. Then again, there are games that I've played that's 2D that's pretty good. But how's it for bugs? Or was the game not advanced enough to have bugs back in the day? Where, Aragos? In Fallout 76? No, I've not felt any input lag. There's a little bit of input lag in the menu, the start menu. But as soon as you get into the game, it feels very responsive, actually. More responsive than most, like, the Fallout games that I have tried. I had pretty much... They had a lot of input lag with Fallout New Vegas until I installed the mod and then realized, wait, I'm moving way too slow. Fuck this game. And then Fallout 4 presented quite a bit of input lag for me as well. But I have to say, in this one, I've not experienced anywhere near as much Fallout input lag. Got me there, mate. Fallout 76 was very bare bones and buggy, though I didn't share the same bugs as many other people did. Yeah, for me, the biggest issue with Fallout 76 was the field of view. I felt like death with the field of view at the beginning. You were fine with BG 1 and 2, you'll be fine with Fallout 1 and 2, then maybe I'll try it. You start playing New Vegas because you move too slow? Yes, Mike. Because when I realized that shift doesn't actually sprint, and that your normal move speed is basically like modern day gaming walk speed, and then your walk speed is the slowest fucking movement you've ever seen in your entire life, I was like, yeah, no ways. I am not traveling that far, because I had like a place I had to go to on the map that was super far, and I was like, nah, I'm not doing this. This will take forever. I refuse to go through all of this walking. I see. I didn't know if agility will actually increase movement speed. So I don't even waste my time But if it does, so in other words, you walk super slow until you have high enough agility, that is stupid as shit. It should not be doing that. Apocalypse, it's not possible for me to have broken my leg at the time yet because I had just got into the game. I was literally still in the first city. I just finished the first little town in Fallout New Vegas. You know, after you get the doctor and you leave, and then there's people that want to attack the town, and then you kill all of them. And then I got a quest that basically I need to walk a shit fucking distance. And as I started walking, I was like, wait, what? At this speed? No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. This is ridiculous. Meet Veronica. Bummer. She's best companion ever. I don't know who Veronica is. Right now, so I just gave myself 1,000 carry capacity. Nice. The quest, on your way to that quest? Mike, I know, but still. It's full of nothing. It's not truly nothing. There's always molecules smaller than we're used to understanding. Oh, you guys are talking about that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be it. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna go make some food. I have some beautiful ribeye steaks waiting for me. I have sausage, dried sausage, right here that I'm gonna be having, and yeah. I will be, remember tomorrow evening, we're doing Baron's chat. So there's no stream tomorrow on Twitch. But Baron's chat will be live over on YouTube. I will list it right now as a live stream. And then I'll see, hopefully, all of you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. And thank you so much for coming out and hanging out with me. I hope you had fun, because I certainly did. Peace out, fam.